theory, I am live. So let's see. As always, we're here for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Good morning, Grace, wherever you are. So today's stream is going to be a little bit different. Actually, it's not. It's going to be the same shit that we always do. It's just going to be, it just has a different packaging to it. We know that Ben and Grace are suffering. Ben feels like God is, God is targeting the Thorpes. So I thought, what better way to try to connect with my favorite TV stars than to learn about their religion, learn about the problems they're facing. When I say the problems that they're facing, we're going to look at how Satan is impacting people's lives. Did I watch Ben versus Flow State? No, but I'm going to do a stream about it. I want to watch it blind on stream, do like a live watch along. I'm excited though. I think it's a step in the right direction. I don't know how it went, so I could be saying it's a step in the right direction and it didn't go very well, but it looked like he was on there for like about an hour and a half. And it was on the Raging Tomato. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I am smoking I bought a pre-roll and broke it down of Dirty Squirt. So that's what we're going to watch during this stream. So we're going to learn about Satan. We're going to learn about how Satan works in life so that we can try to understand better, what our favorite TV stars are going through. It was a flaccid debate. I mean, as long as it's entertaining. I mean, look, I'm just being real. Like, I don't think Flow State's a very exciting person, but like, that's the point of this, was just to get Ben debating again. Like, get him accepting debates, get him, back out there on the circuit. I think I'm happy to see that they did something. They collabed with somebody. So anyway, let's take a dive and learn about Satan so that we can try to figure out why he's targeting the Thorpes.
Teams that teach ethics to kids. Join us. While Mom's away.
She's staying with us till my mom gets home.
Hey, babysitter, huh? Will Daddy play?
Please the son, you please the father.
Our next step is to get the two lovebirds a little closer together.
Looks like our little nanny works fast.
Loving.
It could be happening in your own neighborhood and you wouldn't even know it.
We'll give you some signs of satanic worship and find out why more and more teens are becoming involved. Next on AM Northwest.
Remember back in '60 when Lloyd Center first opened and it...
So I thought if you want to learn about Satan, which by the way, hey, Candy Warhol, Candy Warhol, sorry, one of my favorite names. This is, if you're going to learn about Satan, I feel like you need to go to the experts. And who better than AM Northwest with their incredible program, The Satanism Report. And this was from 1989. I don't know if this information on Satan is like time sensitive. I think Satan's the same in 89 as he is now, right?
It had escalators. Well, the all-new Lloyd Center still has fun escalators, plus a great new food court and 75 new stores. Now what do you say? Yeah, we thought so.
Could you be passionately in love just once a week and only in prime time? Next, Donahue meets some of your favorite romantic couples. From Cheers, Kelsey Grammer and Bebe Newirth. From Amen, Clifton Davis and Anna Maria Horsford. From Coach, Craig T. Nelson and Shelley Fabre. They're having a love affair right in your living room, mixing love with laughter. Meet romantic.
What a weird concept. Can you be in love? Do you mean can you pretend? Can you act as an actor? Like, what the hell? How's it going, Backwood Squatch? Hey, Daninsky. Was an escalator an attraction to mall? I don't know about for like in general, but for kids, definitely. That's true. Could the Thorpe RV be a mobile satanic temple? We're going to find out. Here's the question. If an agent of Satan, like OPC Don, was inside the RV, he could have planted a talisman. He could have hidden a talisman or like some kind of a fetish item. And I don't mean like his fetish for Grace's dirty leggings. I mean like a voodoo fetish. So we just need to collect information and then figure out what to do with it. Oh no, you're sick? Oh, that sucks. Oh, you're sick too, He-Man. Amen and Coach. I loved Coach. I haven't seen that much AM. Hey, Glocks and Grippers. Oh man, and Nutty Unhinged. This was the year you got into Satan. Awesome. Yes, he could have put in, what was the name of in Catholicism, what's the name of, I looked it up last night. It's like, there's like it was in Dogma, like a shit demon of Golgotha. So it's not like it's not unheard of, right?
Romantic couples from Cheers, Amen, and Coach on the next Donahue from L.A.
Tuesday afternoon at 3 on KATU Channel 2.
I still know people who think Dungeons and Dragons is like satanic. He probably left a found object. We need Grace to piss in a jar if we're gonna, this might work out perfectly, because I think they're typically using piss jars. So if we can get a piss jar, we can make like we can make a guard against these evil spirits.
Women can wear pants and can be strong and powerful. I want men to have the freedom to be sensual, creative, elegant.
Little boys should be taught it's not sissy to take home ec classes.
Men Speak Out, Sunday at 6.
If you
Oh my God, Ben needs to be on that show. Tired of being blamed. He has a different vibe than them, but the title was there.
Think that childhood hunger isn't a problem in the Northwest? The truth may be just around the corner. Find out how together we can help hungry kids. Wednesday on Channel 2 News at 5.
The hottest performers in country music on the next Oprah Winfrey Show.
Now, I watched like 5 minutes of this just to see what it was, so I really have no idea, so bear with me.
Live from Portland, Oregon, it's AM Northwest.
I'll write it down, I'll try to find that town hall. Yeah, tired of being a victim.
This morning, a look at teenagers and Satanism, morning gourmet horse maker, and decorating pots with Kathy Cardinelli. And now, live from KATU in Portland, here are your hosts Jim Bosley and Mary.
Oh man, this is my dream. Can you imagine how cool it would be to have a show like this? That'd be amazing.
Stara.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning and welcome to AM Northwest. Glad you're joining us.
Is it Tuesday? Just feels like Monday.
It does feel like Monday.
Heat goes on. We're going to be warm again today.
Jim Bosley wants to give me advice on the afterlife, and he doesn't even know what day of the week it is.
By this weekend, though, you'll be... Boy, does it feel good outside. About 73 or 74. Yeah, I think we're going to be down in the cooler.
You're tired of people objectifying you? Ben Thorpe is wants more people to objectify him, too. The only people that objectify him, he says, though, are gay guys. And he's not into... He'll send him a dick pic, but that's it.
Part of it.
Is it my imagination, or in the mornings, is it a teeny bit colder real early in the morning?
Oh, it's a little bit.
Starting to feel like fall.
Right. We have less daylight now. We're having more nighttime hours. There's more chance to cool a little bit more. Yeah, it's
more time to sleep.
It's more time to sleep. That's right. I'm going to bed earlier and earlier.
We're going to talk about something that is very serious, very disturbing, and it's happening in your community, and it's happening in mine. There are statistics that show that the highest number of cults per...
Notice the phrasing on that. They don't say this could be happening or this might be happening. They say this is happening in your neighborhoods.
Capita exist in California, Idaho, Nevada, and Washington. There are an estimated 5 to 10 million Americans involved in cults, and it has been estimated in some particular studies that 3% of high school students are involved in a cult, among those satanic cults. This morning on AM Northwest, we're going to ask you to take a look at the signs and the symptoms, some of the signals that could lead us to know if there's anybody in our family, whether it's our teenagers, our children, our family members, who are involved in satanic cults. We're going to talk to a law enforcement officer who's become an expert on this. She says that the criminal activity that goes along with satanic cults is very destructive.
Did she say she?
overreactive, and it is happening in our state, in our community. We have first a gentleman that you probably have seen on the program before. He is an expert and the director of the Positive Action Center, and that is, it provides counseling for affected people of cults and also their family members. We're talking about dabblers and adult survivors this morning. Please welcome Adrian Greek. Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
You know, ever since Saturday Night Live...
oh, those chairs. I'd have to take those pillows out of them, but I like those chairs.
Talked about this, there was this one character which talked a little bit about Satan and made fun of the fact that could it be Satan? We all say the word now tongue-in-cheek because we don't want to be taken, we don't want people to think that we're being overreactive, but truly, is satanic...
Look, I don't want to sound overreactive, but Satan is negatively impacting Ben Thorpe's YouTube stream, and this lady is wasting our time on this intro. We need to get down to how do we stop Satan from interfering with content creators.
Involvement, is satanic cult and satanic criminal behavior, is it happening, and to what degree?
Well, it is happening, and we get calls every day from families who have somebody in their family, a teenager quite often, who has showing some very weird behavior, maybe has tried to commit suicide, in some cases has committed suicide, and that they discover that there are things in their room. They've been listening to heavy metal music obsessively, not just a little bit, but obsessively, maybe have done other kinds of things, and so they became trapped in a satanic belief system. It is prevalent among our teenagers, and it comes from...
Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. I want to keep it paused because I don't want to miss this, but I got to grab something. Oh, whoops. Okay, sorry about that.
3 different sources. One, those that are looking for some sense of power in their lives. Others that are invited to parties or places where they get recruited into a criminal activity, which then uses satanic ritual power as a part of the system of control. And third, ones that are born into it and then as teenagers are beginning to speak out or run away from home and are leaving multi-generational groups, which are the real heavy-duty ones. Today, I think it's important, though, to talk about the teenagers who are finding this as a way to rationalize and justify the confused kinds of feelings that they're having and the rebellious feelings and so forth.
What kind of criminal activity are you talking about?
Well, Lisa will be on in a little while, so you can talk more about the criminal activity, but in particular, prostitution, pornography, all kinds of con games, things that are done in ritual settings which may involve sexual and physical abuse of people, now, spiritual abuse.
Do they believe this is for...
Sorry, I was trying to find my my notebook. Okay. Well, first of all... No, I was just looking for my notes. First of all, we have to make note that no heavy metal music, no going to parties, no heavy metal, no parties.
The religious aspects, do they look upon this as some sort of a religion?
It's a different base. Some come into it as a religious type of thing, and it's a rebellious religion. It's an anti-Christian type of religion. or some come into it as a way to rationalize what they're doing and to feel a sense of power and justification in doing sexual, drug, crime kinds of activity that they feel bad about.
We told our viewers that we were going
Sexual drug crimes. Is he just combining scary words together?
to give them some of the signals and the signs of a satanic cult so that they would be able to, if there was something going on, they would be able to discern it. We have some symbols, and these are symbols that we've heard 666, for instance.
Kevin Sullivan, absolutely. You know there were people down in Tampa that were losing their shit, man, who thought that there was a real cult operating in championship wrestling from Florida.
Tell us about what we could look for, what we could find, and if we just see these, does it necessarily mean that there's satanic abuse going on?
Well, 6, of course, is the mark of the beast, the 666. And
okay, here's the symbols that we need to learn. An Ankh, 3 Fs, 3 6s in either of these. We got this hook hand.
the FFF, which is the 6th letter of the alphabet, and that's from Revelations in the Bible. And so that's taken as a sign. And usually when you see the graffiti out, this graffiti is by what we call the dabblers, the ones that are just marginally involved. Those that are more deeply involved don't leave evidence behind. But the upside-down cross, the cross of Nero, which was the defeat of Christianity, this is the upside-down cross.
Right here.
And that's symptomatic of turning things upside down. And basically the way to understand Satanist belief systems is to just turn your whole belief system upside down. And so good becomes evil and evil becomes good.
What about what...
Not true. I mean, it depends on how you define Satanism, but I mean, I don't think that's true at all.
Looks like a peace sign, and we've seen this around for many years. And there was talk that this was actually a broken cross, but nobody wanted to believe that back then.
Right. That's the symbol.
Illuminati, the devil horns, the El Coronado.
For the crucifixion of Peter on the cross. He was crucified upside down.
Okay, how about...
Isn't that the Prince symbol? I'm sure they're against that, too.
The eye of... or the evil eye?
The evil eye is, I'm not sure, that comes, I think, from Egyptian kinds of mystical belief systems, but the eye is very prevalent in the drawings that former Satanists make and children that were...
I bet you anything, any amount of money, that last symbol, that particular S symbol, that is not a problem for religious people, for most religious people anymore.
Now they've got down here, this is the hand signal called the horned hand.
Right.
Very popular in heavy metal.
Nah, brother, that's called the El Coronado.
Circles.
Right, putting up the index and the small finger, and sometimes they even will chop off a finger if they're deeply involved in Satanism, in order to do the sign, horn sign, which is the sign of the goat, which is a symbol for Satan.
Now,
how prevalent is this, and how...
I'm only doing this, okay? I want to make sure, I don't want you guys to pattern your behavior after me. I'm only doing this because we're trying to become educated. I want to see what happens when I put my hand into the same symbol that we've seen on the screen. I want to I want to see, so please don't try this at home. This is for educational purposes. I'm not glorifying these type of rituals. But here we go. Are you ready? It's coming in from the side. I think are we okay? Okay. See, we got lucky. We got lucky.
Serious does it get? To what degree will kids go and people go to be involved in this?
Well, I think it's still a relatively small percentage of the population, but it's increasing as there's a sense of powerlessness among the young people, as they're raised in families where there is a real contrast between feelings of good and evil and the belief in ritual magic. Whether it's for good or bad, if you believe in ritual magic, it's easy to switch over to the other side in order to find the power that you're looking for.
Could Jeffrey Dahmer be considered somebody who's practicing
I do think Dio died, unfortunately.
some kind of satanic...
Oh, here come, they're gonna say Jeffrey Dahmer was satanic. Oh, wait a second, hold on. This is relevant, right? This is relevant. Ben constantly refers to Grace as Dahmer. Is Dahmer satanic? What does Bill Mosley think, or whatever this guy's name is?
Rituals because of the dismemberment of bodies, which is so prevalent in satanic culture.
What? Where are all the bodies? Where's all the dismembered bodies?
From what I've read, I would say that it's very, very possible that he was, and that this collection of
anything's possible.
Body parts are very important to Satanists because this is the source of the power that they get is from the soul that's and spirit that's contained in the body parts and in the blood. And so I would be very surprised if he wasn't marketing some of those. At the same time, maybe he had been involved in some satanic or spiritual kind of belief system as a teenager, which then he turned into his own type of interpretation rather than something that was more general.
I'll say this, and it might be unpopular, but if you were able to, like, let's just say that demons and everything are real, right? If that were true, if we lived in that world and that's the case, everybody would be praying to demons. That's just reality. Most people would gladly trade whatever for immediate gratification. I think that goes without saying. So, like, I feel like if is there just like a cap? Like, do demons only have like so much good shit to hand out to people, or they can only take on like so many contracts at a time? I feel like a lot of people would just be like, fuck it, man. Give me the fact. Let me skip to the end of the battle pass.
Maybe I misunderstood you. You say that Jeffrey could be marketing?
I think she's on Star Trek right now. Is she wearing one of the satanic symbols on her dress right now?
Body parts?
Right. There are people that sell skulls and bones and brains and blood and all kinds of things. Sure. To people to use in the rituals.
Can you imagine the cops bring somebody down and they're like, hey, listen, we heard you were selling human brains down here. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I just opened up a little shop here in my garage. Like, the police will not allow you to sell human body parts. What's going on here? At least not regular people.
Okay. We're going to take a break right now. We'll talk next to a young lady who is with the Coos County Sheriff's Office.
I honestly don't blame him for cutting him off. He had no presence. He didn't deserve to talk. Did you see his body language? He was like all like crunched up, and he was like, he wouldn't look at the camera. All right, we got to keep our eyes on these symbols here.
That is some graffiti found at the Edge Hill Manor in Troutdale. We're talking this morning about Satanism, the worshiping of. We're talking specifically about teenagers. We have Adrian Greek, who's an expert. He's on the panel with us this morning. And I want to introduce a lady who is with the Coos County Sheriff's Office. She is an expert. We'll talk a little bit about crime and Satanism. Please welcome Lisa Wampole.
Good morning.
When a crime has been committed, when
they arrested him for selling body parts. This guy says it's just a free market. They need to interview a former cult member. I bet I think at the beginning, I thought the whole episode was about this, but maybe this is just that segment from the episode.
Some sort of a ritual is taking place out in the ground, or do they always leave signs around? Do they want you to know they've been there and who's responsible?
Not always, but sometimes.
And what kind of crimes are we talking about here?
Primarily what we see around Oregon and southern Washington are things like criminal trespass, people who trespass on other people's property.
Oh my God. Can you believe we have an epidemic of trespassing in Washington and Oregon?
Do some sort of a ritual. Criminal mischief, people who do damage to other people's property during a ritual. For instance, they may go into a church and cause some destruction.
Do you think that we know someone who was recently had an encounter with the police over a potential trespass situation was OPC Don, right? The police thought he was trespassing. Do you think they assumed he was trespassing because he's a Satanist? He's a known Satanist?
Inside of it.
Is the whole let's do anything beautiful, let's do something beautiful for God just a psyop from OPC Don to hide his true intentions?
A church or someone's home. Grave desecration, people who dig up body parts to use for rituals. And in our area, we seem to have a number of animal mutilations, sexual abuse, physical abuse of children, and it can include killing someone.
They sacrifice, don't they?
Yes.
And real people. They sometimes animals, but
sacrifice
can be babies. And
yes, it can. Yes.
Does this go on down in your area? You see, is there a cult-like following down in?
You know, I'm just going to put this out there. This idea of sacrifice. We have seen the Thorpes bring in a variety of young virgins to join them on the RV.
Coos Bay area?
We have a number of active groups, individual participants. So they can be someone practicing alone, or it can be someone practicing in a large group, and we have both.
You brought along some pictures, and these are from actual cases that you were involved with. Why don't you tell us, we'll take a look at the first set of pictures, and you can tell us just what this circle means.
This is a ritual circle that was located in the city of North Bend. The table that you see with the altar cloth is the table that's used as the altar. What you cannot see in this picture is that there is a meat hook suspended on a pulley over the center of this circle.
And what was that designed to do?
It would only be speculation on my part.
Okay.
Why would there be a meat hook thing in a obvious like prepper shack type of scenario? Maybe because they were dressing like animals in there. Like I'm not saying that obviously she could be right, and this could be a haven for Satanism, or it could be a place where a hunter brought back a deer to dress a deer.
Okay, we have some other pictures too. Let's take a look at those, and you can tell us exactly what we're seeing. This is what?
This is an.
Who are the Thorpes? Grace Thorpe is the greatest living human being right now. And her dad is having problems because he thinks that Satan is interfering with their YouTube channel. So I'm trying to deep dive to get to know Satan so that I can try to help out.
An altar that was located by Roseburg Police Department during an investigation that they did, a search warrant that they did involving a...
If you'll notice here, there's a guitar. Well, I'm agreeing on that. Anybody who plays an acoustic guitar maybe could be a Satanist. But, I mean, what else are we looking at here? This tower? What's so bad about this place?
Grave desecration.
And we have pictures of that too. You say that this was obviously taken from a cemetery.
This skull was dug from a local cemetery in Roseburg, and the people who were involved in this particular case were doing what is known as necromancy. They were contacting the spirit of the dead.
Oh my God! It's she's presenting as pure fact, as complete, indisputable fact, that I guarantee you whatever teenagers broke into that cemetery and stole a skull did so under the guise of legitimate, actual necromancy.
During a ritual using that skull.
Are you seeing a larger amount of teenagers becoming involved today, more today? Are you more aware of them today than you were before, maybe?
We're definitely more aware of them, and I don't know whether activity has increased or our awareness has increased, but certainly officers...
Yeah, this is 89.
Are becoming more and more aware of things that are happening. We're getting lots and lots of calls from parents and school personnel.
Are we here? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I want to follow up on that and ask this. Is there a connection to heavy metal music?
There appears to be a connection to heavy metal music, and maybe Adrian can give you his opinion on that. I would say that when you have a child who seems obsessed, as Adrian mentioned before, with heavy metal music, I personally don't believe that listening to a song turns someone into a monster, but if you have a child...
I mean, I agree, Backwoods Squatch, they did used to think this way, but I would also make a, addendum to that, which is to say that people still think this way. A lot of people still think this way.
Child who maybe is exhibiting some other signs and symptoms, and also...
I like Aphrodite Rose Starfire. I think she's a great creator, but remember during the Beyonce video, everything in the video had some kind of symbolism to Satanism or you know what I mean? I think there are a lot of people who still believe this.
Who is obsessed with that type of music.
And I'm not saying people who believe that the devil, just people who believe that the devil is real. I'm saying people who believe that everything that happens in our lives is somehow satanic. Like, I still think people like that exist.
Certainly that can play a role.
Let's talk about that, because there have been a lot of jokes made about the fact that heavy metal music is to blame for this. But what are the themes of heavy metal music, and why would this be implicated
I don't have to imagine, brother.
in Satanism?
Well, where there are themes of sex, destruction, death, suicide, those types of things, these particular individuals that become obsessed with the satanic aspects of it begin to fill their minds with ideas about all of those kinds of things, and they listen to it hour after hour. Most of us can't understand the lyrics, but they use it, and also
What do you mean most people can't understand the lyrics?
the beat of the music and so forth can actually change the heart rate and the blood pressure of a person. So it actually does have some effect.
What does Satanism offer to the teenager or to any member of the group? And what
Look, I'm not a violent person, but I would fight this guy. Like, if he wanted to have if we want to set up like a charity boxing match, I would have only been 10 years old, but I would have fought this guy. This guy's a clown. He's a grifter, total grifter. Maybe these two people like actually believe this stuff. I don't get the vibe from him that he really believes it. I think he's just out there trying to cash in. And this other lady from the sheriff's department or whatever, like, she makes it sound like 9 out of 10 cases they deal with are Satanism related, which again, if you're looking for that, you're going to find it.
can it give that they might not be getting somewhere else?
Well, the first thing is,
Yeah, look, she's got a witch's broom, or is that the butcher's cleaver from Diablo on her chest or on her shoulder pad? Look at that. She's got one giant shoulder pad. She's got these hypnotic earrings. I think we're being psyoped here. I think we're being satanized here.
is a justification or a rationale for the feelings they have that they think are disapproved of, feelings of sexual activity, feelings of desire for self-gratification of various kinds, and so forth. And so they will use the Satanism as a justification. Then they're looking for power, because quite often these are sort of loners that feel powerless. You know, they've had something happen to them where they didn't have power over a situation. And so they use the rituals to begin to get power. And as soon as they put a spell on somebody in
Never mind. I'm just saying, if you could do a ritual and get power, you would have a hard time finding a significant number of people who wouldn't do it, in my opinion.
a ritual, and that
Think of how
somebody,
people are
something
willing to, like, the things people are willing to do to get ahead in life, like, even that they do them, like, unnecessarily, like, I just think people would be taking advantage of these demons.
happens to that person, then they can feel the power. Now, maybe next time it doesn't work, so they go to a deeper level of power. Maybe they start sacrificing animals, and so they go another step deeper and deeper.
Okay, when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the fact that there are certain holidays and feasts that are observed by the satanic cult members, including Halloween and the summer and spring solstice, and we'll find out what happens on those.
What do you mean he should debate Ben? What would they argue about? Like, what would they disagree on?
Particular days. We'll ask other questions too. We're going to open up the phones, but we do want to let you know that there appears to be some new developments in the Soviet Union. ABC could break in at any time with information. We're going to continue.
Cool.
Our show. It should be a short report, so we ask that you stay with us as we continue our look at satanic cults. We'll be right back on AM Northwest. That's some graffiti found at Edgefield Manor in Troutdale. And we're talking a little bit about some of the feasts and holidays that seem to have satanic importance. Can you tell us what?
No, but I've seen other videos where he's like insinuated, like, "Hey, I'll do whatever." Like, I'm tired of being tolerated, not celebrated.
These are.
Well, most of them revolve around the solstices and equinoxes, and a period 5 weeks and 1 day after each one of those, so that these are natural holidays. And then, of course, we have the Christian holidays, which are also used, and the birthdays of the members. So you have, and the full moons and so forth. So you have dates coming up every couple of weeks or so.
What do they do on those days? What are the
Well, some of them
rituals?
are deeper rituals and so forth, and others are more celebration kinds of rituals and are not as heavy. But they're sexual rituals. There are blood rituals in which there's actually drinking of blood and letting of blood.
Who do they do this on? Where do they get these people for the sexual and the human sacrifices?
Well, people connect up with each other if they're not already in a group. They'll and and they'll find other people that are looking for satanic material, books and things to use in the...
Hey, Story Weaver Steve. It could be from August 1991. I'm just saying what they put on there, but I mean this. I don't think this is someone that was local. I think it's somebody who collected stuff and then of a similar theme and posted it to their YouTube account. So I mean, they could be completely misinformed on when it was actually aired.
Ritual will connect up with other people, and then they'll find out about where something's going to happen.
You just want to see if you think he's a fake Protestant and you think Ben is a fake Catholic, so the debate could begin there.
Okay, Jim.
This young man was at once a
Oh my gosh! Wow, we got some Boyd coming up.
Satanist.
Yes.
No more.
No.
You want to clarify that? When were you and where?
Well, I
Here you go, South to West. Former cult member, King Cobra JFS.
was a teen when I started. I was like 15 when I picked up the Satanic Bible and worked with it and found it a practical tool. Anymore, I consider magic psychological, period, because I never really got anything out of it other than a psychological clearing of myself.
Did you go to meetings or rituals?
When I was in San Francisco was where I spent most of my time with many groups of people, from members of the Temple of Set to members of the Church of Satan to many Wiccans.
So you walked away because what?
No, but I did see you. I did see that you said that in a comment. I talked to Ruby about it and some people in Ruby's chat, and they were all like, definitely remembered him saying that he had a bunch of successful channels.
What, bored you?
Well, it didn't. It's not that it bored
Bud Court. That's a deep cut.
me. People were into like political games down there, even the kids. And the kids seemed to get involved for political reasons. There was no murders. There was no animal slaughters. There was no drinking of blood. There was none of that.
Were you ever into witchcraft?
Listen, I became a Satanist for the political rallies. I wasn't there for the pussy or the drug-fueled orgies or the heavy metal music or the Dahmering or the dismemberment or the selling of skulls. I was there for the politics, man.
Witchcraft was one of my
Are
interests.
they?
Wicca.
Maybe I can ask Adrian. Does witchcraft and Satanism kind of go along hand in hand?
Well, they talk about white magic and black magic, and I personally feel that it's hard to distinguish sometimes between the two, but white magic
He's picking a good time to lie because you can't go back and really call him out on it because a lot of Grace's archive is down right now.
supposedly is for good purposes, and members of Wicca and witchcraft, I would not identify as being Satanists, but they are very ripe for recruitment by Satanists into satanic beliefs.
Let's take a phone call.
This guy's so mad he's not invited to these fucking parties, dude. Get over it. What a bitter fuck.
Good morning, you're on AM Northwest.
Good morning. My husband is a chaplain in one of the facilities in the Portland, Vancouver area, and he also works with people up in the Walla Walla State Penitentiary.
Former drug addict Paul Diamond in the crowd.
We receive, on a regular basis, information from prisoners as well as when we go in twice.
Yeah, I think most people generally interpret that you can't bear false witness of saying like that, but you know how people are. You can always twist whatever around to fit whatever. It's all up for interpretation.
A week to work with the prisoners. But the practice of Satanism is very, very common. And
Wow,
the prisoners themselves will tell you of the rituals, that they are able to.
This is a great show. I honestly I don't think every episode was religious, but I would watch more of this show just in general.
Do on a regular basis, even this last Sunday when we were in. What?
Did you see that? Was that Hans Mole Man in the crowd?
Is it this right? We have been given the information that this is the right of the prisoners that are incarcerated, that if they want to practice Satanism in their cell, that is their right. There is nothing we can do.
Thank you, Lisa.
One of the reasons that our department became so involved in taking a look at these kinds of activities was because of that very reason. We had inmates who were practicing rituals inside the jail cell. Much of our information does come from inmates and parole and probationers, and we do currently have inmates at both Oregon State Penitentiary and our local
I don't want to get into it right now.
facilities who are currently practicing these kinds of rituals in their jail cell. Since they are not allowed, obviously, to do some of the things that they would do if they were on the outside, they make tabletop circles, ritual circles, maybe make drawings. They do make attempts at calling up demons and burning candles and setting things on fire, and lots of self-mutilation, drinking of blood, types of activities that do take place in the jail cell. Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a break. More
That lady brought all of her kids to the AM Northwest taping, and it's about drinking blood.
on teens and Satan when we come back.
Yes, and is the problem growing? We have a question in the audience, yes.
What would you do?
Oh, dude, Joe Shabatoni, that's money, dude. My brain's going 1,000 miles an hour. I'm picturing the big fucking circle in the middle. I'm picturing him like looking up scared at the camera before he like pushes his chair back and slides into the middle of it, and then it just starts fucking spinning, and then he just disappears. The big fucking flame shoots out, and then that's it. The ascension of EFD.
If you found out that one of your children was involved in Satanic religion?
What if you see the signs on one of your children? What do you do? What do you look for?
Well, it's important to have good communication with them, but at that point I'd be very
Laughing Cedar.
cautious, and I would look for whatever signs I can. I think every parent, when they feel that there's something happening, has the right to go into their child's room and to look for material.
Eddie Marlin is not sold on this guy.
If you find books and things with signs, if you find a pentagram under the rug on the floor or on the back of the dresser, if you find candles and so forth, and they're listening obsessively to heavy metal music, then it's time to contact somebody, our office, Positive Action Center, or we may be able to refer you to someone depending on the situation.
And how do you intervene?
Well, intervention is something which needs to be done very carefully because there is a rebelliousness about this and there's a desire to protect. But if they're not deeply involved, then maybe communication can help.
Well, yeah, of course. He's trading. EFD would be trading his soul, so he would get a lot of earthly power. He could surpass Keemstar and take over all of Boyd.
But beyond that, it's important to have a background.
This is for only donating $10. Like lightning strikes Radio Foreman and Edward.
On that person and who they are and why they might be involved in this, and then to make sure that you do it right.
Let's take a phone call. Good morning. You're on AM Northwest.
Yes, I have some problems with some of the symbols that you're defining as being satanic, such as the Ankh or the peace sign. The Ankh is actually a symbol of resurrection and rebirth in the Egyptian religion. It was not a satanic symbol by any stretch.
Now listen, boy, you done messed up. You already said it was from the Egyptian religion. That's Satanism, son.
Of the imagination. The peace symbol also started out as the semaphore symbols for nuclear disarmament. It had nothing to do with anti-Christian type stuff. And
wait, disarmament, is that when you only take the armor off? Look at this character.
That
everyone in this crowd is interesting looking.
That denotation was presented by the Christians, not by anybody else. They were the people who were scared of it. The Eye of the Pyramid started out as a Masonic symbol.
Oh boy.
It represents the all-seeing eye of God.
Well, maybe Adrian, you could, where did this?
Well, these things do cross over and have double meanings quite often. And the meaning for the Satanist is very clear. But
now, see, there's two meanings. Now, a normal, good person will use it all they want to, but they don't mean it the same way as the evil Satanist is using it. Like, you're right. It's entirely like rules for thee, not for me. Like, oh, when you do the same thing I do, but because I do it through God's will, I'm right, and you can do the exact same action, and you're gonna go to hell because you don't have, the divine blessing or whatever.
But the meaning for the other people is also clear.
But could we not see a sign like the peace sign, which became the mainstream symbol for nuclear disarmament?
Uh-huh.
That becomes mainstream, but nevertheless, its original intent was the broken cross. Is that not right?
Right. That was the original intent.
But even if you don't, let's just say that you don't believe, you're not a religious person. Do you believe that people, not like this guy, because I think this guy's just a grifter, but if you genuinely believe, if you're a real believer, do you think that you can kind of like, obviously you could kind of like mentally trick yourself into thinking that like, oh, this thing that's happening is satanic, and then you don't actually address the problem, right? Because you don't have to, because God should step in or whatever. But like, I think even if it's not real, like the ramifications of it are just could really, it could really impact a YouTube channel.
And as far as I know, and of course we redefine words all the time. You know, the word cute meant one thing at one time, and now it means practically the opposite. So
There was one comment you wanted to make about the fact that we don't necessarily have to be so much worried about the teen Satanist in our community as much as we have to worry about his danger to himself.
right, as they go deeper and deeper into the levels, they feel not just that they believe, but they become possessed by the very demons that they create, and they believe in this, that they feel that they have no way out other than to commit suicide or to kill themselves, and drugs and alcohol become part of the involvement and so forth before that.
Lisa, caution as far from a law enforcement officer to us?
I think Adrian's observation is very, very much the same as mine, that we're more concerned about the individual than about the threat they pose to other people. It's a very self-destructive type of involvement, and
Like, it kind of honestly reminds me of the people who, and there's a lot of them, even Keemstar was saying it the other day, like the idea of being shadow banned or whatever. It's like, it's something that you really can't prove one way or another, but there are people who believe it so strongly that they really believe, like, you know, the reason that that my YouTube channel or my Instagram or whatever isn't blowing up isn't because of anything that I'm doing. It's because this multi-billion-dollar corporation was like, hey, fuck this one person specifically. We're gonna hold them back. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a similar cope, I think. Like, even if you are shadow banned, what good is it doing you to what good is it doing just to say, oh well, I'm gonna blame all my problems on the fact that I'm shadow banned? It doesn't make sense to me.
we've seen a number of suicides around the state.
It just feels like a way to pass on personal accountability
Attributed to this kind of behavior, so I think that individuals need to be concerned about themselves and the criminal involvement.
He does still talk about UFOs, but I think he talks more about politics more so lately. There's been a couple UFO segments, but it's a lot of politics.
They might, become involved with.
Well, we want to thank our guests very much for your expertise, your information, and sharing it with us this morning. You have a tough job ahead of you. There's going to be a Satanism and Ritualistic Abuse seminar Friday and Saturday, September 6th and 7th from 8:45 a.m.
See, this is ultimately what the point of this was, and it might seem like, looking back, like, oh, how could they really be making that much money? They really did. Like, this was so, like, this might come across like, oh, this is a niche thing, like this was a small group of people. No, dude, this was massive. People went to jail, people died, people got separated from their kids. Like, it was crazy what this wave of like satanic panic caused. So like, there was that money to be made, and there was a whole group of people that were willing to pay it because they didn't, because they believed that Satan, like that their kid was a Satanist.
Until 4:30 p.m. at the Columbia River Red Lion Inn. For more information, you can call 252-0997. We thank you, Adrian and Lisa. Jim?
We'll have the latest from the Soviet Union, the latest weather.
Oh, I wish we had the rest of this. Shit. Okay, well, anyway, that's the end of the segment on this. I actually liked AM Northwest. I would watch some more of it. But I knew that this might be kind of dry, so I thought, you know what? We've really got to go, like, we really got to get wet in this next section. We've really got to bring the entertainment factor. And who better to tell us about Satanism with that kind of enthusiasm? I might have to rewind this, yeah. Come on, homie. Oh no. Whoops. Well, I had that nice lead up for nothing.
Carved into...
Don't get excited based off of that interview. It may not reflect the whole show. My computer is so fucking slow. Like, I can't even bring up the rewind. There we go. Okay. Exactly, Laughing Cedar. Who better to teach us about Satanism in a wet way than Geraldo Rivera? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, well, my computer's messing up again. Shoot. Hang on. This is why we
deals
usually only
with
watch
devil
one
worship
video.
and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals. Because of the program's theme and controversial subject matter, parental discretion should be exercised.
I don't want to talk about it today, but I have a great Dolomite story.
You have to give a blood sacrifice to Satan. It's supposed to keep you protected. It's supposed to keep you pure.
What is going on here, dude?
They said that if we told that the devil would come and kill our parents.
It doesn't matter if you believe in Satan. It doesn't matter if you believe in demons. What's important is to know that there are people out there that do, and they're willing to do anything to accomplish their goal.
Satan is inside my computer. Oh my God, look at this guy.
Satanism is more than a hodgepodge of mysticism and fantasy.
There's
more than a Halloween motif. It's a violent impulse that preys on the emotionally vulnerable, especially teenagers, often lonely and lost.
It basically started out like with the killing of animals. Then there's always the heavy metal music, and drugs don't help.
It attracts the angry and the powerless, who often sink into secret lies.
They asked me if I had ever thought about killing somebody just to watch them die, and they asked me if I would like to join a satanic cult.
Possessed by an obsessive fascination with sex and drugs, and yes, heavy metal rock and roll. Satan's child. Often Satanism seems to be a personal psychodrama, a kind of license for strange, sometimes violent behavior. Oh boy.
A bloodbath would be a cleansing and purification of a planet that has been dirtied and degraded for too long.
Sometimes it's just half-baked mumbo-jumbo and scrawled symbols, but other times it goes deeper, deadly.
Tommy died as brutally as his mother did, but at his own hands.
I loved him dearly, but he also took my wife who I loved.
Satanism goes far beyond teenage obsession. Today there are cults that worship the devil, engage in secret ceremonies,
hell yeah,
believe in ancient, though bizarre theology, all of it constitutionally protected, as long as no laws are broken.
I believe that hate is necessary in a controlled way just as much as love is necessary.
The other face of adult Satanism is violent and fiendish.
Hey, JF.
Centered on sexual ritual and torture, frequently descending into the vilest crime of all, sexual abuse of children.
He has drawn pictures of child being sacrificed. He's talked about animal sacrifices.
This is honestly super close to the actual story of what drove this. Stories like this, I don't know if you guys have watched any documentaries about it. There's a couple good ones about just general the satanic panic, and then there's also like some documentaries that talk about specific cases. But this is kind of what happened. Is it was tied in heavily with memory, like pulling out repressed memories, which led to a lot of hand-holding from Christian psychologists or just psychologists who knew that they could keep getting money from the parents if they kept saying they found new repressed memories. And it really did. People went to jail for a long time over like false charges, and it got really crazy.
He's disclosed molestation.
And what of their own children? Some are born into satanic cults and grow up as lifelong members. Others are desperate to flee, but dread the penalty of grotesque death.
They're going to catch me, it don't matter. I could run and run and run. They're always going to catch me because they're all over.
And beyond the mayhem and monsters, it's said that a nationwide network of satanic criminals exists. Start with the warped and wicked Charles Manson.
It's everything that human beings don't understand. It's all their fears. It's what they're not sure of. You dig what I'm saying? Satan to me would be God.
or the demented son of Sam killer David Berkowitz. These and others purportedly linked to the devil worship.
Jeffrey Dahmer, regular Richard Ramirez, not reptilian Richard Ramirez. Son of Sam, all satanic. And especially the Dahmer thing, I feel like that's our connection to the Thorpes.
Underground.
Here's Satan. Here's Satan. Here's Satan. It's all over the United States and probably all over the world because it's just something that people are experimenting with.
He's like a detective from like a 1940s film noir. I love the outfit.
Impossible to measure, easy to doubt. The very mention of it invites.
Impossible to measure, like OPC Don's traffic on his imaginary channels.
It's ridicule.
Come out.
No, I won't let her go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
No. Often the choice is to avoid confronting it. Ignore it.
I'd be really good as the guy who could, I'd be as like the confessor.
Find other explanations or laugh it off. That is not the choice we have made.
It was a different, I mean, it seems like society is like, I don't want to say accepting, but you know what I mean? Like it's not a taboo topic to talk about serial killers. And like when they covered the serial killers on Geraldo, like it was still a little bit taboo, but they would always let them like say whatever they wanted to say, which is why I think they kept coming on.
Tonight, we have chosen to ask why. Via satellite, we'll be asking the youngest person on Oklahoma's death row, just 17 when he killed in the name of Satan, why he murdered his own parents. And to Southern California, where we will ask the parents of children in the notorious McMartin preschool why they claim their kids were satanically abused. And to London, where rock star Ozzy Osbourne will tell us why he feels he and heavy metal music are getting a bum rap. And to the state
allergic to wood
penitentiary in Angola, Louisiana, to ask convicted killer Charles Gervais why he thought the devil would award him 10,000 souls.
The investigative news group for...
Okay, help me understand that. Is it like in like the Dark Souls video games where like if he gets 10,000 souls, he'll get like a bunch of skill points to put in? What's the value of souls? You know what I mean? I don't understand like the motivation. I understand if it was for $10,000, but what do you do with 10,000 souls exactly? Even like in heaven or wherever or hell, I don't understand how they work as currency.
Presents the Geraldo Rivera Special. Devil Worship.
I did see the Leonard Lake part of it, the clip, and I just decided I wasn't going to click on it. When I saw bass Leonard Lake, I was like, I'm going to pretend like that clip doesn't exist.
Exposing Satan's underground.
There were I don't think there were any real, like, on any type of a scale, I don't think there was any Satanism happening at all, let alone to the degree that people are talking about. But do I think that there were people who like were actually doing were abusing their children in the ways that they talk about in these cases? Yeah, but I don't think it was like as widespread. And that's also part of the issue when you start making shit up like that, is that the people who actually are suffering are gonna, they're gonna get the short end of the stick, because either everybody's looking at these more spectacular, fancy cases, or they're just thinking like, oh, well, they know that these people are obviously lying and they get lumped in with them. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people are going to take the time to dissect that open and be like, okay, yeah, there's truth and there's lies. Like, and I don't have a problem with people obviously don't have a problem with people doing that, but it doesn't seem like that's like a lot of people think that way anymore.
Whether a Satan exists is a matter of belief, but we are certain that Satanism exists. To some, it's a religion.
It's a power fantasy. I mean, I guess I just have a different view of power. I mean, I wouldn't give a shit. what the hell am I gonna do with 10,000 souls? But I would hold them and be like, you fucking bitch, I got you now. Like, what's the fun of that? Guess you wipe your ass with them or something.
To others, it's the practice of evil in the devil's name. It exists, and it's flourishing. Members of our studio audience tonight will attest to that. They are friends and foes of Satanism, devil worshippers, and law enforcers.
Also, just to point out, Leonard Lake was a total beta male. When he got confronted by the police, he completely bitched out. Like, he just completely bitched out. At least the other guy went on the run. His little buddy, Charles Wynn or whatever.
Experts and victims. They'll help us understand this force that exalts evil and darkness. We'll be asking why.
We just have this thing now, and I mean, I'm not pointing a finger at any specific group of people, because I feel like this happens across every demographic of, like, there can't just be a problem. Like, okay, you know, here's a problem and we need to fix it. We can't just go and fix it. You have 100,000 different perspectives of people trying to not solve the problem, but leverage the problem as proof that, like, they're right, and that they want to capitalize on every opportunity for themselves instead of just, or their cause, instead of just fixing shit and, like, being done with it. You know what I mean?
Why does it exist? And why does it appeal to so many vulnerable people, especially the young? Now, the very young and the impressionable should definitely not be watching this program tonight.
No, he fucking, in fact, he was such a coward. Leonard Lake was such a coward that he had his little, like, cyanide capsule inside of like a fake tooth, or he brought it with him and he had it hidden in his mouth, and he took the pill right there, right at the police station. Like, what a pussy.
This is not a Halloween fable. This is a real-life horror story, and it will give small children bad dreams. As for teenagers...
That's a weird... Again, I didn't watch the video, and I'm not going to, because Leonard Lake is an aberrant human being. I don't think there's anything based about Leonard Lake. He's basically just a guy who couldn't talk to women. He couldn't get laid. He couldn't get pussy. He had to pay for it, or he had to force him. He couldn't actually get a woman just to want to be around him, so he developed an entire fantasy that a woman, because he knew that no woman would ever stay with him, he had to envision a woman as, like, a prisoner. And it's weird that Ben, if he is really, like, if it's legitimately him saying that Leonard Lake is based, then isn't Grace based? Isn't that the whole thing he criticizes Grace for, of wanting to turn him into a, you know, a Dahmer zombie that she can control? That's what Leonard Lake wanted? So why doesn't Ben just accept it and say, yeah, I raised a base daughter, and now I should become a husk, like, manservant?
Teenagers and their parents, we hope you are watching, because it's teenagers who are most likely to fall under the spell of this jumble of dark, violent emotions called Satanism, and in some cases, to be driven into committing terrible deeds. Being into heavy metal doesn't necessarily mean your kid's also into Satanism, and most of these fans are not. But there is an undeniable connection between obsession with the really hard stuff and the occult. This stone pony from Kansas City is named Spike.
The upside down...
I mean, I'm not even meaning it as a criticism, but I just think if you do... I don't know why he criticizes Grace for being based when she's just like a female Leonard Lake, I guess, from that perspective of just not wanting to recognize other human beings as people with autonomy and people who exist, but instead as, like, tools. Like, that's what Jeffrey Dahmer wanted. That's what Leonard Lake wanted. They just wanted different types of toys.
Cross is a symbol of Satan. Ozzy is a rock and roll king.
Ben is fighting for his life in divorce court. What's the deal with his, what's the lawyer situation? Do you know, south to west? I don't know if I didn't watch it because I I couldn't do it, but I mean, that's what I was seeing. That's what I heard.
And most acid rock is involved with Satanism.
Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast.
A heavy metal freak from Louisiana. Joe got himself into self-mutilation in Satan's name.
We cut our arms.
I mean, Dalmatian Dog said that Grace didn't want to like talk to him or really do anything with him. She just wanted to smoke cigarettes and watch TV and have her toes and have him. She wanted her toes sucked. He kept bringing up that that Grace was the kind of woman who just wanted to watch TV and get her toes sucked. So she knows what she wants, just like Leonard Lake knew what he wanted.
And let the blood drip into a cup, and we pass it around and drink from the cup, from each other's blood.
Kim from Colorado also practiced the gruesome ritual.
Violence with blood. We like to see blood, and we used to eat blood. And
So had he not been going to the supervised visits? How's it going, Mindful Exposures? Might go through a portal later.
stuff like that.
Drinking blood as entertainment is apparently a staple in the acts of heavy metalists like Wasp.
My life became centered not only around the marijuana I was smoking and the booze I was drinking, but
How would you not be able to immediately recognize this guy?
it became centered around Satan.
Although Satanism is more obvious in the lyrics of groups like Megadeth.
Do you think John is well adjusted? I feel like how you view John is heavily dependent on how involved you are in the Discord. Like, his behavior in the Discord is a lot, I feel like, is different than it is on the few live streams that I've seen him on. Like, he gets into a lot of scrapes in the Discord, or he did when I was in it.
Slayer, Venom, and Iron Maiden. In St. Petersburg, Florida recently, satanic symbols filled the air at this concert by Danish-born King Diamond.
How much can you influence?
King Diamond, oh shit.
Because I think people are too clever to be influenced by watching a band or listening to an album to go out and do the same. Because if they were that easy to influence, watching the news, you get the real thing. And everybody knows that right into your living room. Personally, I am a Satanist, a practicing Satanist. But we never tried to preach that religion to anybody.
Bull. An avowed Satanist, Diamond's protest that he's not preaching is belied by lyrics laced with references to death, graves, and evil. Of course, to some, it's just rock and roll rebellion.
Satan has nothing to do with this kind of a concert.
It's just an outlet to have a good time.
I think, in my opinion, anyway, I think the biggest threat to kids as far as like culture, pop culture or whatever, isn't like music or movies, or it's not really video games, but like specifically there are like a few video games that almost just seem like they're like weird. Just like Roblox seems really weird to me. Like the idea of like, and I'm not saying that grown-ups can't play it, but I feel like I just hear a lot of stories about like weird shit happening in Roblox and Fortnite, like of parents with like horror stories, and like I don't think, and Minecraft is another one. Somebody was saying, I think it was maybe Keemstar was saying a few days ago that it's weird how like whenever a YouTuber gets in trouble for talking to a kid or whatever, that like the percentage of time that they're a Minecraft streamer is like really high.
Parents think, oh, Satanism, their kids. It's killing their kids. It's not killing their kids. The parents are screwing up in the beginning. We're the next generation. And you like it!
Yes, which I have to disagree with Savvy Guy, because he said in a video the other day, he was like, you know, if he said that basically if you're a man, okay, and women do not pursue you, you're fucked. And that if you're pursuing a woman, then you're pursuing her because she's already pursuing somebody else and you just don't know it. And so he used that to justify the idea that there was no such thing as game. And like there absolutely is such a thing as game. But game is not like some kind of secret cheat code. It just can get you into doors that you might not otherwise be able to get into. But to me, game plays into influence big time. Like if you can just talk somebody, well, look at Memphis wrestling, right? Look at the people who could just talk people into the building. You know, we have the brawls and shit sometimes, but there were people who could just sell tickets by going out and giving a promo. So I think game does exist, and I think that absolutely, if you have a high enough charisma check, that like you can avoid a lot of, like, especially social problems anyway.
Whatever the connection, there is no doubt that teenage satanic activity in this country is increasing dramatically. In Bayou country in southwest Louisiana, one persistent problem has been grave robbing.
So what do they take out of these tombs? They take out the bones, okay, especially on the older type grave sites as this, because our understanding is that the right little finger has something to do with their culture, and they make
I don't really care about that part of Ben and Grace's life. I mean, if they want to be together all the time, they're adults. If they want to separate, that's on them too. But like, I do think that while I like them together, I'm really excited to see Ben's debate against Flow State. I miss Ben doing the debates. I miss the vibe streams. I think they do really good content together sometimes too. So I'm not one of the people who's like, oh, they need to be separate all the time or whatever. But I think like as artists, they both have something to offer. And sometimes being together for an extended period of time on stream, especially as long as they stream for, I just think sometimes they're kind of butting into each other instead of like, you know, doing what they do best.
necklace out of them and they wear them.
A necklace out of the right
The
knuckle?
right knuckle.
And the graffiti is no longer John Loves Mary.
Death chamber, the point of no return, this says. As you walk into the main vault, it's a devil's pentagram.
Artists, I mean, to me they are. You know, I consider what they do to be art. I think streaming is art.
666, the sign of the devil. Over here, a bloody skull and crossbones.
In Maine, a dozen churches were defaced with satanic symbols.
I'll probably do a show about it eventually when I know like how I want to approach talking about it. But like, I do think that that what the Thorpes do and what Healthy Family Force does and what all these people do, all these colorful weirdos on Boyd Watch, like, to me, that's all art. And if it's real, then it's real. But I mean, it's still, a documentary is still art.
In California, New Jersey, Alabama, and elsewhere, police have found...
But I do want to have a stream sometime where I can find some resources and stuff, and we can talk about, I can show you some interviews that I've seen with some people who are kind of adjacent with my thinking. And I'm not talking about people like Aaron Sound. I mean, like filmmakers and stuff like that, like Harmony Korine.
Found inverted crosses and the remains of mutilated animals. But by far the most frightening of all are the reports of teenagers killing other kids in Satan's name. Item, Douglas County, Georgia.
I'm sorry for you, young lady, and I sentence you to a term of life in prison. I'm sorry for you, and I wish you good luck.
I mean, I think the body cams we watch are art. I mean, they're just literally real life, but I mean, some of them have... I'll never forget. Remember that one we watched where the lady was being led through like some kind of a hallway, and all of a sudden there was just this like beautiful blue and white, super bright lights, and it was just like incredibly cinematic. And then I was like, no way the cop's gonna walk her down that cool ass hallway. And then he did. Like, that was such a like kino moment. And it's like, I think to me, even body cams can be art.
Remove her from the court.
Or man, that one time when that gal had the life vest on and the cop popped it open and her fucking titties popped up. I mean, that was art, man. Just great.
17-year-old Melissa Ernest and two other teenage members of her coven admitted drinking her 15-year-old victim's blood and dancing around her still warm body. Now listen to this report from a small town in Maine.
Yesterday's conviction of Scott Waterhouse for the murder of 12-year-old Giselle Cody may finally bring an end to talk of a satanic cult in the town.
Item, Long Island, New York. Police arrest 17-year-old Ricky Casso for the ritual murder of 15-year-old Gary Lowers. Casso gouged out his victim's eyes.
As we've seen, the level of violence in these crimes committed in Satan's name is often appalling and savage, brutal enough to shock even hardened police officers.
Detective Paul Hart thought he had seen everything. Then this veteran New Jersey officer saw how a suburban teenager murdered and mutilated his own.
I'm weird. I completely understand though that people would say like a body cam isn't art to them. Like I get that, but like I think any like memorable situation that can elicit an emotional reaction from you could be art, especially if you're experiencing it from an observation standpoint. But even if you're part of it, like I think it still could be, even to yourself, it could be art. Like you never had a really good conversation with someone and you walked away and you were like, masterpiece conversation.
Own mother. I believe that evil will once again rise and conquer the love of God. If this pact is to your...
How many murders have been committed in Jesus's name? Well, you could look at statistics from the Crusades. I think first would give you a good baseline.
Approval, signed below.
Just barely 14 years old. Tommy.
But a lot of people, not just religious people, but all kinds of people, will say, well, that's not murder. That was converting people. And unfortunately, some people wanted to, they wanted everyone to suffer, and we didn't want anybody to suffer. So that was not a murder. That was just a part of the conversion.
Tommy Sullivan had written this contract with the devil before he butchered his mother with his Boy Scout knife. The murder took place in the basement of the Sullivan family home.
Oh my gosh. Isn't this where Ben and Grace were at in D.C.?
We came down here. We found Mrs. Sullivan laying on the floor.
Oh, okay. I think we got it. I think we know what happened. This is Mike Avelli's grandma's basement where Lalo got high on that tainted PCP weed, and now we find out there was a ritualistic satanic murder there.
Floor just about in this area here.
Describe the condition of
man,
the body.
It appeared that her throat had been cut and a good portion of her face had literally been slashed away.
Yes, Simp Olympics took place right in this basement.
Tommy died as brutally as his mother did, but at his own hands.
What did Tommy then manage to do to himself? What wounds did he inflict on himself to kill himself?
His first self-inflicted wounds were a series of wounds to his wrists, 3, if I remember correctly, deep enough to actually sever the arteries and the tendons in his arm, enough to snap back his wrist. And after doing that, he literally slit his throat from ear to ear with this 3.5-inch knife from the windpipe all the way.
Oh yeah, Cooper's to me, I could drop in any time, especially if it's busy, and just like be completely entertained for a while.
Back to the spinal column, and to the point of almost taking his head off.
Understandably unable to live with the gruesome memories in their family, Tommy's father and younger brother have moved out of state.
Do you think you can ever find it in your heart to forgive your son?
I don't know. I loved him dearly. But he also took my wife, who I loved.
How could this...
Like, that's real, and I don't think that's something they would probably put on the news anymore, but man, that's really powerful shit, dude. He was being fucking real as hell.
Happened here. To a nice boy from a good Catholic school and a fine middle-class family. Sure, he was obsessed by the symbols. This is what his room looked like on the night of the murder and suicide.
He was trying to get he was smoking that white, what did you say, white snow laced weed to get the white goddess pussy, but he cashed out.
But heavy metal is not answer enough.
You're a veteran of Vietnam. Had you ever seen anything that brutal?
Certainly in an area like this, in a town like this, in a neighborhood like this, you don't expect to see that type of violence. And it was brutal. It was brutal, and there's few of us that will forget that.
Nor do you forget these drawings Tommy made just before he killed himself.
Tommy?
But you continue to search for the reasons. What made Tommy? What made the others do it? As reporters investigating
Listen, folks, this satanic music is taking over. We'd like you to listen to some of it right now.
The story for months, we have a good idea of what's going on in this country. Our big question tonight is why. This is Detective Sergeant Paul Hart. Yeah, stand up, Paul. He's the man, the cop who investigated the Tommy Sullivan tragedy.
I've never heard of wounds that ferocious, and the pictures are even more appalling, pictures that we did not show here. Do you think, you're not a theologian, you're a cop, do you think that Tommy was possessed?
What?
I think that possession is a state of mind, and it would have been a hell of an interview with Tommy had we located him. Certainly, like I had said before, his death was...
Hello, I'm Officer Paul Hart. I would like to say that if we could have spoken with the child while he was still demonically possessed, that would have been an interesting conversation. Who do you prosecute? If you think the kid is possessed, you have to you have to drop the charges. You can't charge somebody for doing something like that they're not doing themselves. You know what I mean?
Was as violent as his mother's.
Father LeBar, you investigate these cases for the Catholic Church. Is it the Church's position that demonic possession is possible?
It certainly is.
Yeah, this looks like the kind of a panel we could get Ben in on. Former Catholic teacher and master, what do they call it? Theologian, Ben Thorpe.
There have been many cases down through the centuries, many in our
Dunkin' Donuts Munchkins enjoyer Ben Thorpe.
Our own decade, for example, of where the devil has actually possessed people and caused them to do many strange...
Hey, King TL, how would you feel about doing a series of occult rituals with me?
Strange things.
So you believe it's possible?
I believe not only is it possible, it is a reality.
We need to do some rituals and send all this negative energy that Keemstar brought over into our community back over to him.
In some very select amount of cases.
Let's go to London for a quick exchange with Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy, I'm glad you're on the program. I'll interview you in greater detail in a couple of minutes. The one thing I have to ask you now, though, is, of course, This
is what I like about the 80s. You could always tell who was a man and who was a woman.
Majority of your fans and the fans of heavy metal music are not Satanists. But there is no doubt, at least not in our reporting, that that heavy metal music plays a role.
Grace's constant interruption of Ben is satanic. I love seeing that. You pop up in the chat whenever Ben's been going for like 30 minutes, and Grace is like, yeah, but I think... And then immediately South to West has already got his comment gun out, and he's like, Grace, stop interrupting Ben. Let Ben speak. That's what you say a lot. Let Ben speak.
Every single kid whose case we know about, who committed a violent act in Satan's...
Can we get Ruby to put her Christianity on hold to help us explore how to send the negative lolcow universe energy back?
His name was also into heavy metal music. What's your response to that, Oz?
Well, I don't really know. All I do is make music. You know, I don't sit down and purposely plan to freak everybody out. I mean, I always have played heavy metal music. I suppose when I was younger and I started writing songs, my world was kind of dark and dingy. You know, I came from a working class family who had nothing, no dough, no prospect of ever having much money, and so that's how I saw the world as a child. And so. Well, not all my songs are about Satanism.
Of course not.
In fact, if you...
Stand by, Ozzy, because I want to get to Sean Sellers, who's the youngest kid ever to go on death row in Oklahoma. Sean is a kid who murdered his mother, murdered his stepfather, murdered a convenience store clerk. What did Satanism have to do with it, Sean? What did Satan, do you feel, have to do with, first, your murder of that convenience store clerk?
What a haircut.
Satanism was... Well, the murder was because it was a, how do I say this, so that you can understand it.
It said he was a condemned murderer. Usually isn't it like convicted murderer? Condemned murderer.
It was a sacrifice to prove allegiance to Satan, to prove my hatred towards society and everything.
Well, hatred towards society is one thing, Sean, but how does Satan make you commit murder?
Yes.
Yeah, but Geraldo, Sean, in that particular situation,
Sean Sellers.
This is Tom Wedge.
Boy, here comes this guy. Here comes Big Mouth to take over. Let your client speak. We don't need one half of the Nasty Boys, Brian Knobs, telling us about what's going on in this case.
An expert in Satanism who is with Sean in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. Yeah,
Right.
go ahead, quickly.
Sean had broken every one.
Okay, so when they say condemn, they mean it like that he's like sentenced to death. Okay.
The Ten Commandments.
I thought they were like they wanted to make it clear that they were condemning him. Like we're not glorifying this man.
Except thou shalt not commit murder. And after he worshiped before the altar.
Oh man, me and this guy, we would not get along at all.
And asked for powers from Satan, he went out to do this. Technically, it was a human sacrifice.
Okay, I gotta move on. You guys stand by. We'll get back to you. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen.
My blood's boiling right now. That guy really rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't care for him at all.
We're going to get into the mind of another all-American boy who came under the influence of Satanism and took part in a crime without passion or motive. He and his pals beat another classmate.
Well, listen, if you don't have passion or motivation in your case, I mean, come on.
To death. We'll be right back.
Like if that guy was on a panel, I never call in to the panels, but I would have to confront that guy.
As you may have heard, we faced a much publicized dilemma in putting this program together. Many of the things about Satan.
They were like, "Oh, so you just write music, huh? Well, how about the boy who murdered his mother?"
Are offensive, and putting on an offensive television show was not our aim, so the most gruesome scenes have been left out. Now, what we've kept is strong. We think it's strong enough to get across an effective warning. Satanism can be cause for concern. Its roots are anywhere. Its roots are even in the very heartland of this country. Take a look.
Carl Junction, Missouri, a town of about 4,000 souls.
If you want to see, like, and this is a really high-profile case, I'm sure most of you have probably already seen it, but, like, they made, like, the 3 documentaries about the West Memphis 3, like, that's an example of what happens on, like, how does this affect on an individual level? How can this kind of thinking negatively impact people? And, like, those dudes went through a fucking lot, man.
Souls in the heart of the Bible Belt, where people believe in God and the devil.
And then Eddie Vedder showed up right at the end after all the work was done.
Periodically, satanic graffiti and some mutilated animals turn up, causing alarmists to cry that satanic cults are operating in the area. Those charges were routinely discounted until a group of students from this high school shocked the entire nation. Late one night last December, 4 teenagers who had been dabbling...
Am I aware of any incel ticking time bomb type wrestling persona? I mean, it's probably not exactly what you're looking for, but I think there was an era of Kurt Angle that sums it up perfectly. Like that he would always like cheer with the crowd and say like, who's with me for abstinence? And it was so over the top that like, hey, this is my choice to not get laid, that it read like an incel, and he was a ticking time bomb, and he did blow up frequently. So maybe on some level that, yeah.
in Satanism carried baseball bats, a cat, and a length of rope to an isolated spot near their small town here in Missouri. By the time the night was over, the cat had been mutilated.
I don't really think about it from like an are they guilty or not guilty perspective, because I mean, you'll just never know unless somebody comes forward definitively. But I just look at it like how the community reacted and how the actual legality or like the legal case played out was like completely asinine to me. But absolutely fucking Kino movies. That scene where the dude goes back, the dad, what was his name? He was like the dad that had the weird Eric Stoltz face. Whenever he went out into the crime scene and set the entire like wooded area on fire, like that was like a transcendent scene, I think.
Mutilated, and one of the boys beaten to death by the other 3, who then dumped his body in a well. One of the kids who did it.
Did you see Kurt Angle ask people to please not call him Perk Angle? It reminds him of bad memories. He's the same guy that was like, hey, could you not use any pictures of me in memes? I don't like that. Which I get it, but it's just kind of funny.
Pete Rowland is now serving life sentence without parole.
Yeah, Mark Byers, when he lit that fucking place up, that was an like cinematically, that was an unbelievable scene. Like the energy and the vibe, like I'm getting like anxious just thinking about it.
They're at this maximum security facility in Fulton, Missouri. The other two boys, his classmates, were also sentenced to life.
Have you ever been
Here in the first interview since the murder, Pete Rowland talks about the satanic elements of the crime.
I wish we could watch them on here, but they're owned by HBO, which is Warner Brothers, and they're like super strict. We could watch them on Twitch sometime though.
What was it about Satanism that attracted you?
Power. Just, with power comes money, comes girls, just the feeling of people looking up to you, popularity.
You're a good-looking guy, smart. Wouldn't you have those things anyway?
It just seemed easier through the devil.
The devil was the spur for this murder, which Pete confessed on this never-before-seen...
What a loser. Can you imagine this guy being like, oh, please, Satan, can I have a crumb of pussy? Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Look at this video evidence.
Police videotape.
Yeah. Go ahead and show us what you did. Okay. I got him right through here, and I grabbed hold of the hand, and I pulled him through to right here. So the victim, and he was still moaning a little bit and going, like kind of like that. Right this bat here, Pete. Okay, this is the bat that I threw. This is the third bat.
Quite a bit of blood and hair on this thing. You can see a lot of hair on the end of it.
Who all hit him? Me, myself, Jim Hardy, and Ron Clements.
Ron Clements, isn't he a professional baseball player? How'd he get wrapped up in this?
It basically started out like with the killing of animals. Then there's always the heavy metal music, and drugs don't help. Sometimes I didn't feel like I was the master of my own body. Like something else kind of took over with inside of my mind.
Sure.
What took over?
Just the violence, the devil, lust and greed for drugs, for money.
Pete gradually withdrew from family.
Okay, so if I'm just making sure that I understand the story right. He's saying that the reward from the crime was going to come to him supernaturally. He didn't like kill the kid to like rob him or to extort the parents or anything, right? Like the idea was he was sacrificing the kid to gain some kind of gift or whatever from the demons.
Life. That is probably one of the main things I noticed. He even got to where he avoided eating meals with us. He listened to the music, heavy metal music, every opportunity.
Another example of the link between heavy metal and teenage satanic crime.
Describe what this music did to you.
It's kind of like in the way of when we killed animals.
Exactly, Laughing Cedar. And the reason, that Geraldo's not asking him questions that would point that out is because that's not good for ratings. Like, the media, honestly, for the most part, embraced it. So, like, they're not even presenting it like it's an if, in my opinion. Like, this feels like Geraldo is saying that he had, like, one time he called the guy out and he's like, yeah, there's hating society, but what's that have to do with the devil? But other than that, I think he's kind of been pretty soft with the questions.
It was just like, things would go through my mind, and I could see the thoughts. I could see me hurting someone, torturing people, and just along with the words too. Some of it was just all hail Satan and ripping apart, severing flesh, gouging eyes, things like that,
Man, this Dirty Squirt strain is the bomb, dude. It is sick.
And after you listen to this, 3 or 4 hours a day, every day for, years or months, and it can get to you.
Why did you choose this guy as your victim? Why Steve?
Just because he was a human.
If you want it to be believable, you just have to pick something that your demographic doesn't like. You know what I mean? Because then there's no risk to it. Like, people will certainly boycott and want to take down something that they're not invested in personally. So, like, if I think they would have said, like, oh, well, the real satanic music is Amy Grant. You know, if you play Amy Grant backward, like they would do mental gymnastics to figure out how to keep sinning in the ways that they want to sin, while looking down upon things like being like, oh yeah, heavy metal music, anyone who listens to that should go to hell because they don't like the music, so it doesn't matter to them. So I think you have to put it something that, you know, everyone in that group kind of doesn't give a shit about, so that they can beat up on it.
Because we could deceive them easy.
The boy deceived was 19-year-old Stephen Newberry, who then took the first of some 70 blows as his classmates swung their baseball bat.
The media at this point anyway, I don't even think in the 80s and early 90s is even debatable. I mean, it was completely skewed toward in favor of Christianity. And this is just one of literally dozens and dozens of similar daytime or primetime, you know, documentaries about this, where it's presented as if it's just fact.
I looked down and I heard it pop, and I knew what it was. And I looked up, and Steve's eyes were real big, you know. And he just said, you know, why me? Why me? And he just looked like he was really sad. And someone said, because it's fun, Steve. And then we just all just like vultures, you know. I mean, we just went in.
It's true though about, I mean, that's not limited to, in my opinion, to religious people, but like, well, look at like anti-woke people in theory should hate Baldur's Gate 3, but they don't, because the game is so good. It's worth it to them to kind of to kind of jump through a couple hoops to justify it. And then if you look at like super woke people who got mad at J.K. Rowling, like there was a bunch of people who were calling to like not play those games or not read those books, but obviously lots of people did. And so they were kind of able to do the similar gymnastics to say, well, reading Harry Potter isn't like anti-trans or whatever. You know what I mean? So I think people will always justify doing whatever they want to do and then trying to, for some reason, restrict what everybody else does.
It happened, you know.
You hit him?
Yes.
In the head?
Oh my God.
How many times?
A lot. And I look at my hands sometimes and I think, you know, are these the hands that killed him? And I mean, I know they are, but it just doesn't seem like it, you know. I don't want to, you know, I would never want to kill anybody.
I think when it comes to entertainment, music, any kind of art, movies, streams, whatever, that if it really doesn't matter what you do, like if you do it really well, you'll appeal to people who don't agree with you on everything. Like the more entertaining it is, or the more like invested you can get people, the more they're willing to, you know, overlook the things that they don't like. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like people that want to read Harry Potter should read Harry Potter. People that want to play Baldur's Gate should play Baldur's Gate. I just think like if people had a little more would take a little more perspective on that and remember like, oh yeah, this thing I didn't agree with 100%, but I still was able to enjoy it. Maybe that's okay, because it is okay, in my opinion anyway.
And I mean, right after we did what we did, I felt real empty inside. I felt like I could never love again, you know. I felt like a zombie.
The devil double-crossed you.
Yes. It just leads to your own destruction.
Okay, so just to be clear, and this could also be a sign that some of this is real, because I guess if you were going to make deals with such entities and they were more in line with how Christians see Satan versus like the, you know, whatever fantasy version, like that of how they think Satanists see Satan. But like, I forgot what I was going to say. I got ahead of myself and then I got wrapped around. I'll have to think about it for a minute. Hang on.
How do you know that now?
Look where I'm at, you know, look at my sentence. I mean, I'm in jail with life without parole.
Like if Satan is, like if you're the kind of person who says, okay, I believe in Jesus, I believe the Bible's real, I believe that Satan is real, I believe hell is real, why then I understand why you wouldn't make it, why you wouldn't make a deal, because if you're dealing with like the father of lies, then you're kind of not gonna, you're probably gonna get fucked over in the end. So I don't think the kid can complain about it.
I feel very guilty that I didn't pay attention, that I didn't. There were some things that I saw that I feel like I should have paid attention to. I saw the album covers, and they're hideous. I just assumed that if they sell it, it's got to be okay. I saw satanic symbols on his bookwork, and I had spoken to him about it. Didn't mean anything, you know. It was. I assumed it was a passing phase. I had my things when I was.
Well, I mean, this is. I mean, just if she wasn't expecting this, I can see how this might be a little perturbing. There's a lot of material here.
That age, I assumed that he had his.
Well, I don't know. This is just showing the. Well, that one guy on the morning show, he would say this perfectly represents how it's everything flipped upside down.
Assumed wrong, and I would advise anybody, if they see anything like that, to look into it. Don't ignore it. It doesn't pass. It's just something I'll never get over, ever.
Parents, heed the advice of Pete Rowland's mom. Pay attention.
I don't remember if I've seen that movie or not. I'd have to see the cover of it. I like how Geraldo's just like, well, what a great story, completely true. We have no reason to doubt this woman.
Satanism is not a harmless fad or a passing phase in some of these kids' lives. Ozzy,
yeah?
I know that your lyrics are less excessive than groups like Slayer or Venom or Iron Maiden or some of the others, but still, for some reason, maybe it's because you've been around for so long, I see tattoos of your name on some of these teenage devil worshippers' arms. Wherever I see devil graffiti and satanic graffiti, I see your name also. Do you feel a sense of responsibility, Oz?
The only responsibility I feel is...
I watched this movie the other day. Remember James Cagney? It had James Cagney in it, and oh my God, it had Rita Hayworth, like super young Rita Hayworth, Olivia de Havilland. But it had this scene in it, and I mean, maybe I'm uninformed on like the history of pasta or whatever, but they had a scene where they were at like James Cagney's rich friend's house, and they served spaghetti, and for some reason, they had to get a lesson. Well, first of all, the chef looked just like Chef Boyardee that came out. It was very Kino, but the chef comes out and like explains to them how to eat spaghetti, that they've got to twirl it on the fork and then press this against the spoon and then eat it. But like they can't figure out how to eat spaghetti, so like they're dropping it on their laps, they're spilling it everywhere. It's like it looks like almost like how AI used to interpret people eating spaghetti, where it would go in their ear and like come out their nose. It was like just slapstick nonsense, but they presented it like eating spaghetti was like this, rare treat, or like something that not everybody did, which I don't know. I feel like was spaghetti a thing in 1940? I feel like it would have been. Rita Hayworth was so beautiful. This was the movie that really got people to take notice of her. She's a total bitch in it, but she's hot.
Is the fact that I'm a true musician in what I play. I don't want to make anybody start doing all this devil worship crap, because that's not my intention. Although I have sang on a few songs about the devil, that's about it. I don't want anyone to harm themselves.
What about the issue of responsibility? What about the whole thing about guilt? Do you feel
he should be allowed to say, with no societal shaming, who the fuck cares? What does he have to do with anything that's going on in these people's lives? If you buy a record album and you feel like it drives you to commit crime, that's not the fault of the record. That's a fault of your brain or of your upbringing or your trauma or whatever. Like, he should be able to say, like, look, I sing, I play music, I sell albums, that's it. Like, that's where my interaction with the audience ends. They pay to hear me perform, and that's it.
Feel responsible?
I don't feel guilty. I feel kind of persecuted by everybody because I'm not a bad guy. My intentions are not to harm anyone. In fact, it's directly the opposite. Like when
I think this weed is a sativa, honestly. I forgot what it was. I just got it because of the name of the strain was Dirty Squirt, and I thought I'd smoke it during a religious stream, but it's pretty, like, it's got some kick to it.
people come to my concerts, I want them to have a good, fun evening out, you know. And it seems to me that a lot of people judge the book by the cover more. So they write things about me, or they don't even know what they're talking about, you know.
Well, there are lots of people out there, lots of people here in our studio audience who have a very different point of view. We'll get to them coming up next. A look into the dark soul of Satanism. Stay with us.
Listen, folks, everything up to this point's been a real laugh, but we're about to go into the dark soul of Satan. We're about to fully go through the portal.
Satan means whatever I'm looking at, whatever I want it to mean. It's on my forehead. It's me if I can get up on that highway. If it's me trying to save my air, my water, my trees, my wildlife.
In terms of backmasking, I mean, what is that, a crime? Is it illegal to put subliminal messages in? How about this? We could have a really fun experiment if laws were enforced equally, because the entire, like, advertising industry would have to shut down. Like, you can put anything you want in fucking music. Who gives a shit? Unless you incite a riot, unless you're inciting a riot, like, you know what I mean? Like, what? I just think if you really are being affected by a song, and I'm not talking about like crying or being happy or, you know, feeling an emotion, but like that you get up off of your seat and you're going to go hurt somebody, that's got nothing to do with that song, man. Even if it's a really hype song, like that's doing a lot. You're just looking for, again, in my opinion, is just passing on personal accountability for your actions. It wasn't me, it was the music. It wasn't me, it was the demon that possessed me. You know, whatever.
It's me on that cameraman.
The Geraldo Rivera special, Devil Worship, will continue.
Once again, a warning about some tough language and descriptions in a report that we'll have for you in just a moment. Let me introduce you first, though, to Zena LaVey. Her father, Anton LaVey, is, I guess...
Yeah, but for a while there, it was like... Two Live Crew was like the most dangerous musicians in America. It was fucking... That whole, like, parental advisory, early sticker era was so bizarre. Like, I'm kind of glad that I'm old in a way because I got to experience some neat shit. But, like, it was so weird when they started all that. It felt so, all of it was just so unnecessary. Like, just let people fucking live.
The founding father of Satanism in this country. Founding it about 25 years ago, Zena?
Yeah, approximately 25 years.
Can you tell us with any certainty how widespread the...
I could be wrong, but I think I've seen some memes that try to make it sound like that Taylor Swift is a reincarnated version of this woman.
Religion of Satanism is in this country or around the world?
Well, the religion is worldwide. We have members just throughout the world, and it's a legitimate religion. You know.
Oh my God, Lambada, the Forbidden Dance. Remember South to West? Do you remember that there were like two Lambada movies being made simultaneously? One was by Canon, and then one was by they're kind of adjacent rival. And so there was like an actual like intense, deeply personal war over who was going to get the first Lambada movie to market.
You know, perfectly within it's legal.
But how many people? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands?
Hundreds.
Yeah, like I can't imagine listening to Me So Horny and leaving it being like, wow, that's seriously dangerous. Like, I get it if you're like, wow, that's really graphic. You know, he's talking about getting his dick sucked and his asshole sucked. Like, I can see it if you're like, oh, I'm offended. I'm offended by this, you know, this raw sexuality or whatever. But to leave thinking like, listen, we've got to get this off the shelf. Like, this has got to go. Like, that's just weird to me.
The thousands, I can't say thousands easily.
What is it, Dr. Aquino? Dr. Aquino?
I think they just assumed that the market would only bear one movie, and they found out that they were making them like at the same time. So then there was just this like huge push. There's an amazing documentary. We might be able to sneak it past sometime on here of like the story behind Canaan Films, which is like my favorite movie production company ever.
You know, the high priest of the Church of Set?
Temple of Set.
Temple of Set, also a colonel, interestingly enough, in the United States Army. What is it, this Satanism?
This guy's a Kids in the Hall character. It has to be. Wow, man, this guy.
I think that there is some confusion tonight because this same term means something different to Satanists than it does to Christians in the United States. By our own standards, the people who you've shown in these film clips would not be Satanists, either present or in the past. Rather, they would be the failures of a conventional religion.
I appreciate your opinion. What is it, sir, then? What is Satanism?
Well, originally the Church of Satan, when it was founded, was composed not of people with a hatred for Christianity, but of people who, by and large, were agnostics and atheists, because they felt that the institutions which had...
It was weird how stuff would be like, I don't want to say viral, but it was viral, like, and you don't realize, I didn't realize it at the time, but like when I was in grade school, like there wasn't any internet or anything like that, but like you would hear these rumors and then I didn't think about them like for years. And then all of a sudden, like you go on Reddit or something and there's all these people saying they heard this same rumor and they're from like all these different schools. I just think that kind of stuff's interesting. I thought about that because I think that the people that this guy probably was like a local legend at his school.
Had arisen around Christianity, had failed in their moral commitment. So Satanism itself became an emphasis on rational self-interest and on taking responsibility for your own intellectual and ethical decisions.
Rational self-interest, you call it?
Yes.
Okay, one thing we do know that Satanism has in common with other religions is the belief that the devil can inhabit your body. Remember the movie Exorcist?
I mean, again, it depends on what Satanist you're talking about, but like the Satanism that's recognized in America doesn't recognize Satan as real at all in any way, shape, or form. So like they don't believe in God. Although I guess there is a sect that would say like that they do believe in God, they just don't give a shit. But they're still not even like to that point.
Film. It dealt with ridding the body of Satan in a ritual called exorcism. As we discovered in the heart of the Haitian section of Brooklyn, New York, exorcism is more than just a scene in a movie. It's a common aspect.
Good, we can try to figure out what OPC Don left in the RV that... Do you think he did some kind of a ritual or a hex on the black bolt or the bolt for the black tank?
Of some people's religious beliefs.
Hey, Dave's channel. We're trying to learn about Satanism, or what Satan's doing in the world 40 years ago.
Operating out of the back room of this religious curio shop, a voodoo priest regularly...
Oh, dude, King TL could get this going for sure.
...performed exorcism. This one on a woman whose persistent stomach pains were thought to be caused by the devil inside her.
I know you've been possessed by the devil for so many years. He been bother you. But today you come to me, and I'm going to let them know he cannot bother you again.
With the help of several assistants.
Oh my God.
And accompanied by throbbing traditional music, the priests in...
Oh, these people... Oh, I wish they had a YouTube channel.
Incantations built to a crescendo. Then, in a moment of almost sexual release, the devil was purged from the patient.
What the fuck is going on here?
In every way, Southern California is a very long way from the heart of Brooklyn. But at the church of a preacher named Roy Masters, exorcisms of the devil appear just as sincere.
I feel like that was a real experience. Wow. How's it going, Doug? Wow, what a reel of footage that was. Now you got these people getting hit with sticks.
Far out and dramatic.
Lost your power.
Get out of here. With a background in show business rather than theology, Masters claims the members of his congregation react so profoundly to the laying on of the cross because they feel and fear themselves possessed by the devil.
Come out.
No, I won't let her go. No.
Devil worship is as old as religion itself. It's
the Serpent and the Rainbow, to me, super underrated. I feel like people really sleep on it when it's like a really good movie.
the grim alternative, the flip side of life. Evil
I'm gonna review it now if I haven't already.
over good, dark over light, Satan over God himself.
Come forth and bestow these blessings of hell upon us.
Forced underground by the religious hysteria of the Middle Ages, Satanism was resurrected, first by an Englishman named Aleister Crowley in the early 20th century. It entered its modern era in this country just about 25 years ago, under the
this is how I view that, Laughing Cedar. I think if you let people just talk, which is what, I mean, in my opinion, Geraldo is picking probably the worst people for everyone involved. Like, he's not picking the people that are the most articulate and, you know, kind of moderate side of the Christian, of the Christian belief system. And then also he's picking these theatrical, over-the-top goons to represent the, non-Christian side. But I think typically if you just let people talk, I mean, it might turn out one way or the other, but I don't think this documentary is skewed against Christians, in my opinion.
theatrical guidance of Anton LaVey, California-based high priest of present-day devil worship. LaVey founded the Church of Satan. Now, despite its preachings of evil and hate, the church and its offshoots are constitutionally protected religions.
I believe that hate is necessary in a controlled way just as much as love is necessary.
LaVey penned the best-selling Satanic Bible. It's the handbook of devil worshippers everywhere. And for a time, he was considered chic enough to attract the attention of Hollywood. After working together on a film,
well, no, if they brought the best people on, you'd have people who are saying, like, yeah, I understand their perspective, and, oh, yeah, I agree with you on here and here, but here's where we differ. That's what you would get. That's not what people that watch Geraldo want. They want to see the people in the ghoulish outfits, and they want to see the crime scene photos. You know what I mean? If you just had rational people on here who understood each other's perspectives and just wanted to be heard, I don't think very many people would watch.
LaVey made Sammy Davis Jr. an honorary member, while the late Jane Mansfield was for a time among LaVey's most passionate followers.
Most of the people that are in my group are professional people, they're business people, they're people that are from very responsible walks of life.
Contemporary Satanism relies heavily on bizarre and sometimes bloody ceremonies.
One of the ugliest, yet apparently most common rituals in devil worship is the sacrifice of animals, often involving the removal of organs and the draining of their blood in elaborate ceremonies. Well, a series of cattle mutilations on this Louisiana farm has sent the shiver of fear.
Oh, for sure. I think they're definitely picking unlikable, dry Christian people on purpose, but I think they're also picking like the absolute banana heads on the other side too. So I think we're just seeing the worst representations go against each other, in my opinion. Like, I don't think they picked people who were like, yeah, if we show this guy, then people will certainly side with the Satanists. Like, no way. That guy with the bowl haircut.
Through this entire community.
Show me the evidence that this was some kind of ritual.
Oh, this hole right here and the tail, they cut the tail off. The same thing with the ears.
They cut the ears off.
Right.
So you two have no doubt but that your animals were used in some kind of ritual.
Right. Yes. All the blood was gone out of them, too. Every one of
Well, and I honestly don't think, other than as a business person, I don't think he took any of it seriously. So I don't think it was kind of like a little like lark to go and do it. Nobody actually, I don't think any of those celebrities that went like were actually participating in any kind of literal like intentional religious rituals or anything.
them, the blood was drained. No blood, no insides, eyes pulled out, everything. I'm begging for something to be done. I'm scared.
In response to the animal mutilations and other mysterious and unsolved crimes.
But I agree 100%, and I think if they did pick, like you said, get the people that are rational and are thinking in reality, not in fantasy, on each side, have somebody advocate for religious freedom while acknowledging how maybe, you know, how it could have a harmful effect on some people, maybe, but then you'd still have to debate personal accountability. But I just think that they would have too much in common, and you just end up with a like live and let live, you know, compromise.
Crimes in this area.
One side would say, yeah, there could be harmful effects, and the other side says, yeah, you know, it's having harmful effects, but not to the level that people are saying. Like, I just think they would be willing to compromise, and then that'd be like a 5-minute show.
Yeah. The local fundamentalist church held an extraordinary service.
There's been a lot of questions about, are there any witchcraft?
Oh, I absolutely don't trust Geraldo. I don't trust any of these people, to be honest.
Occultism, Satan worshipers in the area. And the answer is obvious.
Like, for me, this is just like, well, I might as well be watching like a completely fictional show all around. Like, nothing in this episode is gonna like sway me to think one way or another, just because it's just goofy tabloid shit.
Obviously, yes. The only way to deal with Satan, which is spirit, is by way of spirit.
The preacher asked his flock to protect themselves with their faith, but
Joey
some chose a more
Buttafuoco.
down-to-earth method.
Brother Blunt, I believe in the Lord, and I believe in you, but I'm still going to carry my gun because I'm scared.
In our investigation, we discovered that some of Satan's soldiers are also high-ranking officers in the United States military.
Oh, no.
Here at San Francisco's Presidio Army Base, for example, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino led a double life
Here we
as
go.
a satanic high priest. The colonel's cult is listed in the San Francisco telephone book, and his phone answering machine boasts of his affiliation.
This is the
Did that say ethical and intelligent insertion?
Temple of Set. The temple is the only international satanic religious institution fully recognized by the United States government.
Indeed, the Army does officially recognize Satanism as a legitimate religion and supplies chaplains with this guide.
But all you have to do to get acknowledged as a real religion is send a form to the government. Literally, there's nothing else involved in it. If I started like a religion where like grace was the higher power, and I filed the paperwork, and they would approve it because there's no reason not to, because we have freedom of religion, then Geraldo could technically say like, right, the United States government recognizes, you know, Christianity as, you know, a legitimate religion. Yeah, because it's just bureaucracy. It's literally just paperwork.
For ministering to the satanic soldier. Yet unofficially, some charge that Army bases have become sanctuaries for devil worshippers. Just last month, under a full moon, I took a midnight tour of the Presidio grounds with police investigator Ed Abanovsky.
He's out taking a fucking full moon tour. This is a pretty good video.
Are you saying that there was a satanic cult active right here on the Army base?
Yes, we believe so. There's evidence to substantiate that. They had satanic rituals going on. There's an altar in there, and all of the graffiti on the wall would indicate that.
Let's see if I can see it. How'd you find this place?
This is a...
Now that's a man. He's like, I'm not going to let these just meaningless barriers stand in my way of a good story.
Yeah, fortification during World War II. During World War II, where they had gun batteries.
I can see a pentagram painted on the wall. I can see the words Prince of Darkness.
On this wall, I see several inverted crosses and other obvious satanic ritualistic paintings or symbols.
Joseph, we've agreed to conceal your identity, but you are an officer in the United States Army.
That's correct.
And you were an officer in the United States Army during the time you were a member of this satanic organization.
Yes.
Did the authorities at the Presidio know that...
It's hard to believe somebody that's talking about something that's like extraordinary if they seem crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's agreed for sure. Isn't that one of the first things people will kind of say to like try to discredit someone they disagree with? It's like, oh, that's crazy. You're crazy.
That a satanic organization was active on their base during the time that you were a member?
They were very much aware of it, yes.
The present base commander, Colonel Rafferty, says that today, at least,
I know of no
Grace could be like Teal Swan. Oh, boy.
satanic activities whatsoever in this area.
Satanism may be a constitutionally protected religion. But similar to another recent case at the United
Grace doesn't like yoga. I feel like you really have to, if you're really going to be the leader, you have to do yoga.
States Military Academy at West Point. Here, charges surface connecting ritual child abuse at the Presidio Daycare Center to the devil cult.
It was here, parents and others allege, that as many as 60 young children were ritualistically abused by soldiers of Satan.
What actually was done to the kids? Oral copulation, sodomy, defecation. They were urinated on.
Oh, my God.
The former chief juvenile investigator at the Presidio, Ed Abanofsky, is here. He's now a deputy sheriff in Santa Clara County. Colonel Aquino, we note, sir, for the record, that you were originally implicated in the dreadful charges of child abuse. We note also that no charges were ever brought against you, and presumably you have been cleared. Would you like to comment on why those charges were brought against you?
Well, the entire time that the so-called child molestation scandal was occurring at the Presidio, the time period when these terrible events were supposedly taking place, I was assigned to the National Defense University in Washington, D.C.
You feel like Grace doesn't really listen? I mean, I think she tries, but I mean, it's got to be fatiguing just to stream as much as they do, let alone like, you know, when Ben's kind of wanting center stage and he's talking most of the time, I'm sure it gets like, you know, I don't know. She says she seems like she's an introvert off camera, but she's very extroverted on camera. So I don't know. I kind of feel like she's like, probably feels pretty like restrained. So I think she tries to listen.
And my wife was out there living with me.
But is it not a fact that a 3.5-year-old girl identified you as the alleged perpetrator of molestation?
No, as a matter of fact, it is not the case. An accusation was made by her stepfather, who was an Army chaplain, speaking on behalf.
Well, the yoga is twofold or threefold, okay? Just one for like, you know, practicality, you know, maintaining your flexibility and, you know, range of movement. 2, because it has like that vibe to it. Like, I just feel like, especially with the way that Grace looks, like she should, if she's going to be a cult leader, she needs to have like a yoga vibe. And then also because at the end of every week, she can sell her leggings to OPC Don for $1,500.
Half of this child. In her original interview with the FBI, she denied ever being molested.
Well, I've seen you are innocent until proven guilty. You were never charged in this case. I don't want to belabor the point. I have seen, however, the affidavits for the search warrant of your home, and they indicate the child is speaking to the authorities, not her father.
This was after she had been subjected to therapy.
Let's say you are innocent of that. You are no
subjected to therapy.
No longer at the Presidio. You are now in St. Louis, but you are still a serving officer or colonel in the United States Army. Do you feel it is inconsistent with a high-ranking officer sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States that you are also a practitioner?
So let me ask you this, Laughing Cedar. You seem to me like you would not approve of this, okay? But in this instance where you've got this guy and they're definitely downplaying the situation and they're maybe not being like, hey, this was this guy's rank, that's kind of, you know, does that maybe have, at least, you know, they're not really going to dig deep on it. should there be, like, on YouTube, should there be like a community note on this that lists all of his charges, or should the material just stand as it is, even though it's giving an incomplete picture and one that's like frustrating you? Like, where do you stand on that issue?
Practicing Satanist.
Not in the least. The Army has known of my religion for the last 20 years. There has never been a problem with it, any more than there's a problem with other members of minority religions.
But let me read from the Satanic Bible. Quote, this is the number one, commandment. Death to the weakling, wealth to the strong. How can you believe this and still uphold the Constitution of the United States? Death to the weakling?
Well, for one thing, what you're looking at there is a highly polemical book that was never meant to be taken literally in all of its commandments.
Father.
Yes, and I'm aware of that, and I'm also saying that members of the Church of Satan understood that much of this book was in the form of a polemic. It was a statement that was dramatically made, but was not intended to be taken literally in all its respects.
So we should not take this book literally?
Correct.
God, what a character.
This is Dr. Walter Grote, would you stand, sir? Whose daughter was allegedly abused at West Point, the United States Military Academy. You were a captain in...
Oh, no, remember him, the dad from the Wonder Years?
In the United States Army. Aside from what allegedly happened to your daughter, which I know you allege was part of a satanic cult, and having nothing to do with this man, I state again for the record, what is your feeling, sir, on the fact that a serving officer in the United States Army is also a professed...
Repressed memory therapy is a huge part of the Satanic Panic story. Maybe I can find a public domain documentary somewhere about it.
Satanist, a high-ranking person.
Well, I think in this election year, we've heard a lot about values.
Which actually, you know, you've got these therapists that were making like just all kinds of money off of like multiple just because every Christian family was wanting to know if there was like Satanism in their house, or if their neighbor, you know, but the neighbor they didn't like, was he a Satanist, and is that, you know, can they put their kid under and draw out memories? It's like super exploitative.
Geraldo, we've heard a lot that our little children should be saying the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mr. Aquino has identified himself as an antichrist. He preaches that as the leader of the Temple Set. I don't think I'm misquoting him.
He identifies as an antichrist.
I find it inconceivable that we can have candidates talking about one nation.
Why did kids come with complaints in the first place? I think it's going to be a range of things. There are going to be legitimate things that happen. There's going to be things where parents don't like someone or suspect someone, or they hear something or whatever, and they coach the kid. That happens. So I think you're going to have like a broad spectrum of how the things got brought up. But I mean, it ultimately is just like each individual story.
Under God, and having our children say that, yet by the same token, we can have somebody...
But in a lot of the cases, once one case would come up in the neighborhood, like you would see like all the lights go off. You know what I mean?
In our Army as a colonel.
Oh, this is why my kids, and I'm not exaggerating, some of the documentaries, the people are literally like, well, you know, my kid had been missing school more and their grades had gone down. And I thought, oh, well, this is because they're being satanically abused by my neighbor. Not that like I'm just watching TV all night and not helping them with their homework or whatever. There was a lot of that.
Colonel leading our troops in battle who are opposed to the very concept of God, and whose whole purpose it is to fight against God.
We have to take a break right here. Next, more on the connection between Satanism and violence, including more charges of the sexual abuse.
Oh, you mean just that specific instance? Or what? Just that last case with the guy with the bowl haircut?
Of children. If you have let your kids watch up until now, we urge you, ladies and gentlemen, we are not kidding. Get them away from the TV during our next report. We'll be right back.
This was always a stressful time for me if I had an adult in the room, because I always thought I was going to get dismissed. Anybody in here under the age of 30 just be careful. This is going to get intense.
Once again, parents, we urge you to heed our strongest warning about this next report on the abuse of children, the alleged abuse of children, because if the point of devil...
Yeah, like I wasn't allowed to have any stuffed animals for like a long time because there were a bunch of stories and circulating about like Cabbage Patch dolls being demonically possessed and like strangling people and shit.
Worship is evil. What could be more evil than this?
That's the baby right there.
Right here?
Uh-huh. It came out of her already.
What'd they do to the baby?
Why'd they have to put his name on there?
Then David took it and kept throwing it against the wall, and he killed it, and he took it in the house.
No, you saw that?
Yeah.
These are pictures that can chill a parent's soul. They're a symptom that something dreadful, unspeakable has happened to the child. In this case, it's an 8-year-old boy from Grenada, Mississippi.
They took us in an old caboose, and they had these things they called Spains.
Spains?
Yes, Spains. They stuck it up my butt.
Who stuck it?
David.
Your dad?
Uh-huh. Ow, did it hurt.
2 doctors have provided medical evidence that from a very early age, this boy has been repeatedly abused. His mother goes further. She claims the sexual abuse happened as part of a satanic ritual.
Do you allege your husband was part of a satanic cult?
I allege that he was the high.
So to be clear, there's no debate in this instance. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry that something happened. So now they're just looking for, like, why. And the wife thinks that it was part of a satanic ritual.
A priest of a satanic cult.
David, the boy's father, has never been formally charged.
Steve Buscemi.
He's now in hiding. Now, incest is certainly not new, but apparently more and more of it is taking on the dark overtones of Satan.
She talked about there being a Satan, and she talked about there being boys that had hurt her.
Listen to what this 5-year-old girl from Orange County, California, told her mother her father did to her.
Well,
Daddy was heading the meeting.
They tell us that fucking wild story, and they're like, well, I think it's Satanism. Are they going to loop back around, or was that it? They were just like, I wanted to know why'd she suspect that?
And he wore a real-life baby foot around his neck. She says they each drank the blood, and then they all hurt me. Said, how did they hurt you? She spread her legs and pointed to their crotch and says, right here.
And it gets worse.
Oh, my God.
According to his family, this severely traumatized 10-year-old boy, also from Southern California, was allegedly molested by a trusted neighborhood minister as part of an ongoing satanic cult.
God.
Jimmy talks about having a gun held to his head, about being shown a skeleton, about having to touch this.
So this kid got molested by his priest, but I don't know. Are they saying that even though he was a priest, that he was actually like an undercover Satanist priest, or what? I don't understand.
Skeleton. He has drawn pictures of a child being sacrificed. He's talked about animal sacrifices. He's disclosed molestation.
In the very places created to care for children, in nurseries and daycare centers across the nation, there are increasing reports of ritual sexual abuse. The children of McMartin are still filled with lurid stories of their awful experience there.
What did they say the devil would do to you?
They said that if we told that the devil would come and kill our parents, and he said that we wouldn't live to be the age.
If he runs his hand through this kid's head when he's done talking, that's too much.
9.
What were they doing to you?
Molesting me.
What does that mean? What does molesting you mean?
Touching us in places we don't want, and then they would like threaten us, like, oh, you don't say a word else, we're gonna come to your house and kill everybody except for you, and we're gonna send you to the devil and everything. And they would scare us really much.
No region in this country is beyond the reach of the devil worshippers. Even here in the heartland of America, stories of ritual abuse crop up. The children you're about to meet were born into it. They say their parents...
Wait, you thought Geraldo was To me, I never thought of him as a serious journalist, like in any way, because I always knew him from like trash TV. But I just always kind of like he's a goofball. I think he's entertaining to watch, but I would never like as a source of like as a trustworthy source of news. No.
Force them to witness bloody rituals, and even, they say, to participate in ritual murder. Now in the safe haven of a concerned force.
Well, it depends, because if all those Catholic priests were satanic, you know, if that's how you wanted to tell the story.
Their family, the children are haunted by their personal nightmares.
My dad was involved in a lot of it. Okay, he's like one of the main guys. He's a leader or something. He made us have sex with him and with other guys, and he's done it with other people. I don't know. I just don't like him.
Tell us what else besides having sex with him and the other guys that made you do.
Oh my God, Geraldo,
Kill kids
what the fuck,
and
dude?
be there and involved in everything else.
Look at this as an example of Geraldo as a reporter laughing, Cedar. We were talking about how he was taking it easy on Aquino or what? Aquino. You know, softballing him, wouldn't press him. He's asking these kids like these intensely personal sexual questions, but he couldn't ask that guy like a couple of simple follow-ups.
It happened, and I had to be there. And if I didn't, he threatened, you know, like, you're going to be killed, or people aren't going to believe you if you tell anybody, or I'll find you, you know. So he said, there's no way out, and you must do it.
We found out she had been defecated on, that it was smeared all over her body and put in her mouth.
My children have...
So I'm, okay, all right, so this one specific thing I think we should discuss. If that happened, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen, I'm not even disputing it in any way, but certainly that would have been, like, what happened there? How did she come home? So she went somewhere and somebody defecated on her, and then they cleaned her up and sent her home? Like, I don't understand. I feel like a kid would for sure probably say something. I don't know. But maybe some kids wouldn't, but I just feel like what's going on that these parents are so... that the parents have these time gaps and have these, like... they're willing to accept these kind of what I think are pretty, like, wild theories without, like, any second thought, just because it's easier to say, oh, it's this, instead of like, oh yeah, well, I don't really pay attention to what my kids do.
Have talked about all of those things and worse. They've talked about having to kill other children.
Well, she told me about the time.
We watched the episode where Geraldo got his nose busted. We watched the whole Nazi episode, and I think we watched like 3/4 of the what was it, the Al Capone's vault episode.
From as we think was about year and a half, 2 years old, when this was the satanic cult that she was involved with. And
can we expect to see ICE breaking through my door and deporting me back to Florida? Yes, any moment now.
And she was made to take a gun and put it up to someone's head. It was another child, and pull the trigger.
One of the greatest difficulties in reporting a story like this one is that so much of it sounds so outrageous, too dreadful, too bizarre to be true. Well, here in Nebraska and elsewhere across this nation, concerned citizens have gotten together to defeat that disbelief. This organization is called Believe the Children. Its guiding principle, that the stories these young victims are telling are too widespread, too consistent not to be true.
The stories are so outrageous, and I am such an honest person, I assumed everybody would believe me. And to this day, I'll get in the middle of a story and I'll think, they're going to think I'm crazy. This sounds crazy. But when you begin to hear this same thing time and again, different stories, but the same horrible underlying things, the same behaviors in the kids, I just want to scream.
I'm a stranger. I come up to you and you tell me this story and I say, I don't...
This might be an unpopular opinion, but I think if you have that mindset of... I'm not saying that it can't affect a bias in any way, but if you just hear the same rumor a few different times, like, I think if that makes it true to you, that's a weird way of thinking. Like, I can see you being like, oh, well, I've heard, 8 or 9 trustworthy people that have brought this up, so I'm going to maybe be more open-minded about it. But just to completely be like, yeah, whatever. If a lot of people are saying it, it's got to be true.
I don't believe you. How do you react? What do you do?
I just say, well, that's your right not to believe it. But someday, if you see something or you hear something from somebody else, just remember what you heard from me.
If we were lying, I don't think we would come up with such good lies.
Are you telling us the truth?
If this...
Burt Reynolds made cannibalism popular. I thought the one guy did, Army Hammer. Yeah, he's a natural performer. He's just a kind of a shitbag.
Isn't true, I mean...
Remember when he took that weird naked selfie that one time?
You can do anything you want with me, but it's true.
So sad. Let's go now to the McMartin
That's terrible, you hate to hear about that happening to the children of America. Anyway, back to this goth guy with the bowl haircut.
Preschool parents who have gathered for us in Los Angeles. You recall that case, notorious case. I must state for...
What did they have? Would they run out of chairs? This looks like a cult. Who fucking makes people sit on the floor?
For the record, however, that the charges against most of the defendants have been dropped. Charges are still pending again.
Geraldo's like, how much are the chair rentals? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Make those bastards sit on the floor.
Against 2 of them, however. We know that the parents and the children allege child abuse. What is much less known is that they say it was ritual abuse as part of a satanic cult. Whoever is the designated spokesman there, please tell us why you believe this was part of a ritual.
Now listen, we don't want to hear from any, I know we assembled you together and we made you sit on the floor like animals, but we don't actually want to hear from you. Can you just pick one person to give us a very brief statement?
Cult, abuse as part of a satanic cult.
Well, the easiest reason to that question, Geraldo, is the fact when the children started talking, they started talking about robes and candles. They described an Episcopal...
Oh, this is Keno. They made you wonder for a second. Who's it going to be? Like, it added to the suspense of it. Then you get this long draw-in. Perfect.
Church. And once they started narrowing...
Man, I bet this chick could really put it on you.
...that down, you could see that it had to be satanic. It's very important in satanic religions to have a priest because they truly do believe in power.
And I want to say I think it's really good of one half of the Smothers Brothers to do this for the public.
The difference only between Catholicism and the Episcopal religion is almost done. They both use wine, they both use bread, and so on. The truth about Satanism is they truly do use blood, and they mix it with urine, and then they also use the real meat, the real flesh. This is what makes Satanism true, and this is what 1,200 molested kids in the city of Manhattan Beach have told the sheriff's department, and it's an outrage.
Did you hear that number? 1,200. 1,200 in one city.
That we are where we are with this case, and these poor unprotected kids that have, that's a third of the school system in the city of Manhattan Beach has been molested. We have 8 preschools closed here. This is the child molestation capital of the world. We have more preschools closed in this city.
I mean, is this guy, if he ever plans on running for office, I'd switch this speech up a little bit.
Than any city this side of Detroit, and I'm not picking on Detroit.
You may have heard of a case here in New York recently, where last year, actually, a little 6-year-old girl called Lisa Steinberg was murdered, allegedly by her own step-parents. Well, that trial for the murder of that little girl opened here in New York today. There were some shocking developments. The defense attorney stated that in some way the parents, or at least one of them, was a member of a satanic cult. That just today here in New York. We're joined now by Maury Terry, author of The Ultimate Evil. He has been studying this and other satanic cases. Why do you believe the satanic cult had something to do with this case?
Rodney Dangerfield putting in some work.
Of Lisa Steinberg.
Well, in the first instance, Geraldo, the police...
Hey, listen, Geraldo, I tell you, I get no respect. My wife, she don't give me no respect, Geraldo. I think she's a Satanist.
Moved demonology books from the Steinberg and Nussbaum apartment in New York. In the second place, I have seen writings done by Hedda Nussbaum, the adoptive mother of Lisa, if you will, in which she admitted that she was involved with a cult on Long Island that practiced rituals and conducted pornography and were involved in child pornography.
What's this?
Here is Hedda's diary.
This is her own diary?
Hedda's appointment book diary from 1983.
You can expect to be subpoenaed after this, sir.
Yes, and in it you can see here that Hedda was calling deprogrammers, cult deprogrammers, back in the fall of 1983 in order to try to get herself out of this group in Long Island that she had gotten involved with.
You have a sketch drawn by Lisa?
We found in the Steinberg apartment a sketch drawn by Lisa in her own hand.
Look at it, ladies and
book. That's drawn by Lisa Steinberg with the satanic pentagram on it and with the descending crescent moon above it.
She's also dressed like the satanic fast food clown Ronald McDonald while having the hairstyle of satanic hex witch Wendy, also of the fast food magic department.
I was told, confirmed by a principal involved in the case, that this was the costume that Lisa wore at the rituals on Long Island, and that the costume scared her. I was also told by a principal involved in the case that they put makeup on Lisa in order to make her look more like an adult, and she hated wearing the makeup. The prosecution is trying to present...
Look at Mr. Belding here trying to be sneaky.
This case as a simple homicide. What I'm saying to you here now is that there is a lot more evidence in this case. The case goes much deeper than is being portrayed as going, and this evidence that we're revealing here tonight should certainly graphically illustrate that fact.
All right, we're going to have an evidence symposium later on in the show.
We'll be right back, folks.
I gotta go switch strains. This dirty squirt is fucking me up. I'll be right back.
Berkowitz, Lucas, Ramirez, and Manson are the all-stars in the halls of infamy. But the vast majority of these ritual murders are not the work of the celebrated psychopaths. There are literally hundreds of cases most of us have never heard of.
The Geraldo Rivera special, Devil Worship, will continue. Reminder, this program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals. Because of the program's theme and controversial subject matter, parental discretion should be exercised. The Geraldo Rivera special, Devil Worship. Exposing Satan's underground continues.
Welcome back. The subject is Satanism, and I've been asked repeatedly where the idea to do it came from. Well, it goes back to someone that I interviewed for our special last spring on murder and the frightening fascination verging on adoration that so many people felt for this person. A murderer.
No. Okay. What a disaster. Okay. I'm showing as green. Anything at all? I think I'm back. I think I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna resume play.
Chopped up 9 hogs, and I'm gonna chop up some more, you. I'm gonna kill you as many as I can. I'm gonna pile you up to the sky.
Responsible for at least 9 ritual murders, Manson is revered by many modern-day devil worshippers who have adopted his philosophy.
Is he responsible for those murders, do you think?
Of the mass extermination of those they consider unfit to live.
We would like to see most of the human race killed off because
wow.
It is unworthy. It is unworthy of the gift of life.
Nicholas Schreck visited Charlie at San Quentin. Keeps a picture.
He's just hanging out with Charlie Manson.
Of his hero on his apartment wall, and displays a lock of Manson's hair as if it were a sacred relic.
What a weirdo.
A bloodbath would be a cleansing and a purification of a planet that has been dirtied and degraded for too long.
David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, was also a Satanist. The serial killer who terrorized New York while murdering 5 young women and seriously wounding at least 6 others. Berkowitz was deeply involved in...
What'd he bring? Why'd they have the gun out like that? Hey, everybody, here it is. I'm holding it really awkwardly for some reason.
Bizarre rituals. So was Henry Lee Lucas, who told police he murdered his girlfriend, his mother, and others across the country, all for a satanic cult.
Dude, this guy, again, is the worst person you could possibly allow in. This guy's a notorious liar. So many of the stories he told have been debunked or otherwise solved to the contrary. Like, this guy's a complete moron. He would do anything to get, like, fast food.
Why do they want to kill people?
It's supposed to be for the reincarnation of the devil.
And when a series of ritualistic rapes and murders hit Southern California, it should have come as no surprise that Richard Ramirez, the alleged Night Stalker, worshipped the devil.
Hail Satan.
El Jim shitting his pants somewhere.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. Hail a belief system that exalts sadistic murder, torture, ritualistic suicide, and racial purity.
This has historically been a sacred day. A day of purification. A day of hell and fury. We mourn not its victims. We honor its victors. In closing, I would remind those here that murder is the predator's prerogative, and there is no birth without blood.
Berkowitz, Lucas, Ramirez, and Manson are the all-stars in the halls of infamy. But the vast majority of these ritual murders are not the work of
Charles Manson, Jeffrey Dahmer, Grace Thorpe,
of the celebrated psychopaths. There are literally hundreds of cases most of us have never heard of. Like this satanic murder in Denver, Colorado, where the victim was handcuffed.
Yeah, there were women in the courtroom always in the hallways and shit that wanted to get with him.
Chained and slaughtered. Authorities claim that before he died, the victim participated in drinking his own blood. Or this diabolical example in the city by the bay.
Here in a rundown San Francisco neighborhood far from the tourist attractions and the Golden Gate Bridge, a satanic cult committed crimes of incredible brutality. This is the story of that cult and of its leader, a devil-worshipping murderer named Clifford St. Joseph.
The body was tucked underneath the front wheels on the curbside, wrapped in yellow blankets and tied with guitar string.
Man, just an old school pair of detectives. This is such a vibe.
What was the condition of the body when you found it?
It had a number of unusual wounds on it. One of the most unusual things was a design carved into the chest of the individual. And once we examined it more closely, it was an upside-down pentagram.
The devil's pentagram.
He's going to call him a rat soup-eating honky motherfucker.
Inverted 5-pointed star found on the unidentified corpse of St. Joseph's victim is apparently the principal signature of Satanists. Like a recurring nightmare, it shows up at crime scenes and in their graffiti everywhere. At St. Joseph's apartment, where this grisly murder was committed, I talked to Ed, a fringe member of the cult, and a state star witness.
What was going on in this apartment?
They asked me if I had ever thought about killing somebody just to watch them die, and they asked me if I would like to join a satanic cult.
Ritual crime was apparently a regular occurrence at this apartment. In this case of torture and murder, the victim has never been identified. For purposes of this case, he was called John Doe number 60.
The first cut would be to the lips. That sealed the person's mouth.
We needed to get the hard truth no matter how we had to get it, so we went to this guy who lives in this rat hole apartment.
All eternity. They also poured wax, I guess, in the eyes, and that sealed their eyes for all eternity.
They did much more to John Doe number 60, but we'll spare you the details. Caught and convicted of murder, kidnapping, and ritual abuse, St. Joseph and another cult member are currently serving long prison sentences. Ed remains free, although he claims only to have been a reluctant participant in the murder of John Doe 60. He does admit bringing a teenager.
Hey, listen, man. Sure, I was there. Sure, dude, I was there, man. When they killed the guy, I was there. I was just hanging out, though, man. I reluctantly murdered that man, brother. So they let me walk right out the front door.
You're here to be chained up and ritualistically abused.
How can you say you have no guilt when you bring a 17-year-old kid in here, you help shackle him to a radiator, and then
Why are they speaking to this man at his apartment? Why is this guy not in prison? If he kidnaps someone and chained them to a radiator, how's that reluctantly participating?
participate in his torture and sexual abuse?
Well, I never participated in torture, and no torture was allowed of him.
You were having sex with a kid who's chained up. What are you talking about?
What?
Well, Ricky, first of all, likes that type of sex.
What was going on here is a nightmare.
What in the world? This is the craziest interview I think I've ever seen. This is like the least reliable person.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is a nightmare.
Are there devil worshippers, are there murderers involved in this particular case still at large?
In this particular case, yes. We do know of we've had one person
He had him list all the things that he did. And then he was like, that was the end of the segment. Like, what the fuck, man?
identified. One man, other man.
I kept thinking Geraldo was gonna like really go in on him at some point, but he was just like, oh, so he liked it. Okay, well, listen, let's go back to the detectives.
Identified who was present during this particular homicide.
Do you think that this ritualistic stuff is spreading?
It's all over the United States and probably all over the world because it's just something that people are experimenting with now.
Satan means whatever I'm looking at, whatever I want it to mean. It's on my forehead. It's me if I can get up on that highway. It's everything that human beings don't understand. It's all their fears. It's what they're not sure of. You dig what I'm saying? Satan to me would be God.
That man is so repugnant. All of these satanic murderers.
I mean, it just sounded to me like Ed admitted to like several pretty terrible crimes, and Geraldo was just like, well, you did it reluctantly, so I can't really criticize you, Ed.
Are the acts that they have been convicted of committing are so horrible that the question could fairly be raised again, why are we doing this broadcast? We are doing it, ladies and gentlemen, because it's our feeling that these cases are too often overlooked, too often underreported. We think that there is a widespread...
Man, look at this lady. Look at this stare. Wow.
Problem here that you deserve, that you need to know about. Joining us right now via satellite, we have another convicted satanic murderer. His name is Charles Gervais. He is currently serving a life sentence in Angola Penitentiary in Louisiana. Mr. Gervais, why in Satan's...
How would I end it? I'd say, listen, Ed, maybe you fooled the judge, maybe you fooled the jury, but one day you're going to cross paths with somebody, Ed, who knows what a sick fuck you are, and they're going to settle up with you, and you're going to have your justice, even if it didn't happen in the court system. And then I'd grab him around the neck and slam him up against the door.
Name, did you hammer and strangle to death an innocent person? Did you really think, sir, that they were going to give you 10,000 souls, this devil?
Oh, no, this guy.
Well, Raldo, I can't talk about my case.
Get to the point about Satanism, Charlie.
Okay.
Hold on a second. This guy's got to be trolling Geraldo, because what possible other reason would Geraldo want him on the show other than to discuss his case? And he's like, hey, listen, Geraldo, we can talk about anything, but not my case.
There's a lot of confusion in it, and it's mostly people that really don't understand.
Listen, what about this 10,000 souls, Buster? That's what I want to know about.
Well, that's what I've got into Satanism.
Hey, what about those 10,000 souls, Buster? That's what I want to know about.
For.
Why?
Why? Because it possessed power.
Where were you going to get this power? Where were you going to use this power?
In hell.
In hell.
In hell.
You're going to kill a person on Earth to get the power of 10,000 souls in hell? Are you sick?
Nope.
Amazing. Geraldo actually did his job. He's like, are you sick? No.
Why aren't you condemned to die?
Why aren't I?
Yeah. Did you use Satanism as a defense?
Yes.
Ted Gunderson.
FBI veteran. Former head.
I'm sorry, but I just saw the goofiest guy. Remember that show Saved by the Bell, the college years, and like their dorm supervisor was like that football guy. I'm gonna rewind it. I'm really high, but I really want to see that again. Just watch the crowd. I think he's kind of in like in this area maybe.
Ted Gunderson.
Yeah, this guy. What a neat guy, man. You know that guy's cool.
FBI veteran. Former head of the regional office in Los Angeles. Is there a network of these satanic murderers in this country, do you allege?
I cannot say that there's a network of satanic murderers. I can say that based on information furnished to me by...
No, I can't, Geraldo.
...confidential sources and informants, based on interviews with dozens of survivors from the satanic operations through the years, satanic beliefs, etc. I can say that there is a network of these people across the country who are very active. They have their own rest and relaxation farm. They are in contact with each other. It ties in loosely to the drug operation, ties into motorcycle gangs, and it goes on and on. They have their own people who are specialized in surveillances and photography and in assassinations.
After this commercial break, we're going to have the anatomy of a satanic crime, showing you why law enforcement has had such a difficult time coming to grips with...
There's that guy I like again. What a character, man. What a strange person. All these people are so unique looking. It's like a time when the simulation really cared. Like maybe they were making a lot of money at the time on whatever it is we're part of. So like they could afford to render each individual human being, whereas now it's like more of a, everybody's kind of like generic looking.
With the strange, shadowy world.
We don't have nearly enough. Well, there's Grid 1 back in his younger days, but like this dude, man, he's one of a kind. This chick, this dude is an all-time classic. I guess this is kind of a Marcy clone, but...
of satanic crime. Stay with us. One reason we think you haven't heard more about them is that many satanic crimes are simply not recognized as such. Take a look at this report, please. These ritualistic crimes are everywhere. And yet in most communities, they are either overlooked or underreported. There's an example going on right now here in Kansas City that tells us why. In this house, in a quiet residential neighborhood, a series of brutally violent, horrible crimes have been committed.
Oh, hey, Ed.
And yet the police and prosecutor in this town seem either unable or unwilling to draw the obvious connection between what happened here and Satanism.
All I know is the whole thing was evil.
This 22-year-old, call him Jay, escaped from the House of Horrors wearing only a dog collar. For 4 days, he had been
They're back in Machiavelli's grandma's basement.
Ritualistically tortured by a man named Bob Berdella.
He took the transformer and hooked.
Bob Bordello. Bob Bordello. I know that name, but I'm trying to think of like the circumstances in the case before they talk about him, but I can't.
Get to my genitals and stepped back and took pictures while I'm flopping around.
What a sick dog.
It seemed to never end, you know.
After Jay escaped through a window by burning the ropes that bound him to the bed, the police arrested Berdella. When they searched his home, they found over 250 photographs of young men, including Jay, in the process of being tortured, in some cases fatally.
Okay, I think he had there was something about his house, right? There was something about Bob Bordello's house, I think, that he had I don't know. I can't remember the case, but I know I've read about it before.
In the walls of the home, they also found a human skull.
He had pictures of guys that he had.
I should have had that be the thumbnail.
Did things too. Kids tied up and with marks on him and things.
Apparently, Burdella would pick up young men, usually hustlers like Joe. Many of them runaways who cluster in Kansas City Strip.
I need $25 so you
For a small amount of money, these kids go anywhere to do anything with anyone. Unfortunately, some went home with Burdella, whose involvement with devil worship was easily apparent. There was, for example, a satanic symbol on the outside wall of his house. His business card seemed straight from hell, and he ran this macabre shop of horrors,
here we go. Okay.
possibly stocking it with his own.
Okay, I think there's actually a documentary called Bizarre, like Bizzare or whatever. Bizarre, that talks about this case, and it was really interesting because he like collected antiquities and shit like that. He was like a real eccentric collector or whatever, and he really fucked with these dudes, man, like tortured them.
His own unique hobby. By agreement with the district attorney, Burdella was allowed to plead to one count of murder. He received a life sentence, but many people in this community are outraged that the investigation went no further.
Did the police pursue these allegations of satanic involvement?
The police department, it's my understanding, called in...
Hold on. Albert A. Rearderar. Albert A. Rearderar.
Some people who knew about witchcraft to talk to them about that.
I think that was like a spell.
That particular aspect of the case basically went nowhere.
County legislator Carol Cole disagrees.
Why do you think there is no attention being paid to that ritual aspect of this case?
You're in the heart of America, the Bible Belt, and we hate to think that people like that live next door to us. We're turning our backs on acting like it doesn't happen. We're putting our hands over our eyes as if it didn't occur here, that it was just a murder.
This is Detective Lee Orr of the neighboring Kansas City, Kansas Police Department.
Lee Orr,
Do you believe there is a satanic aspect to these horrible crimes?
Yes, I'm sure there is, yes. We've also had contact with...
Do you guys remember that? Remember that old 80s movie, Porky's? This guy reminds me of Porky.
With people that have come out of the occult, Satan worship, who have definitely made statements and who I've interviewed that state that Mr. Burdella was involved at a higher level than most in the occult.
If these allegations exist, as we merit you that they do, isn't it reasonable?
Mean Gene, in the alternate timeline, Mean Gene.
That if you pursued them with vigor, you might find evidence that could pin more of these crimes on this man, that might help solve some of the cases of missing children and missing young adults that you have in this and surrounding communities?
There isn't any question that if there are people who have information about him being involved in witchcraft or Satanism, and that information has not been given to us, that we would love to have it because it would be further leads that we could follow.
Oh, damn it. Okay, I've got to go back. 106:28. Let's see. Let's go back to, let's do 15. Okay, we got to.
That if there are people who have information about him.
If you look closely, you can see the string that's attached to this guy where he's literally being marionetted. Look, you can see the string lead up. I mean, this is, do they expect us to believe this?
Being involved in witchcraft or Satanism, and that information has not been given to us, that we would love to have it because it would be further leads that we could follow.
Here perhaps are some leads for investigators to follow. Item. Police reports obtained by us show local authorities have long been aware that devil worshippers were conducting large-scale ceremonies in the Kansas City area.
Oh, no.
Item. This young man says he was an eyewitness to a sexual orgy at Burdella's house, one with heavy satanic overtones. And item. This woman claims she met Burdella through her former husband, a high priest in a local satanic cult.
I like this. I like that they got this nice outdoor shot. You know, just a beautiful greenery in the background. It's very, like, intimate. We get the feeling that, like, Geraldo could, this could cross the line between professionalism and, pleasure.
We were at a meeting in the area, and he was up on the platform in a throne, which symbolizes that that sacrifice at that particular meeting was for him, was done for him.
So he was in...
I think a lot of times that they just don't want to look into it because they don't want to look into anything. You know what I mean? If they can find any kind of an excuse or justification to not look into something, they probably would exercise that.
In an exalted position. He was a VIP.
Yes, he was.
What happened there at that ceremony?
There was a young man killed, a young boy. He was 16 years old.
Did you ever tell the police about any of this?
No, I didn't.
Why?
People don't believe you when you talk about these things. People just do not believe these things happen.
Remember, aside...
I would have went to the cops, especially if it was like kid related, like, and it was, and I truly believed it to be credible. But for her to say like, well, I didn't want to tell the police when it could possibly save this kid or future kids, but I'm willing to tell you now, Geraldo, because you're willing to cut me like a $250 check. Like, come on, girl.
From the torture and sodomy of Jay, who escaped, Burdella has pled guilty to just one murder, a runaway whose skull was found inside his house. A second murder charge is pending. Yet police sources tell us Burdella is suspected.
This is some good footage here for sure.
In at least 7 homicides. When they excavated his backyard, they found remains of 3 people. Paul Howell believes his missing 19-year-old son was among them.
They found a head right up here.
Like, if you think about it, Laughing Cedar, it's not because they're not looking into it because it sounds crazy. Like, think about the Jeffrey Dahmer thing where, like, that kid was naked and, like, bleeding in the streets talking to the cop and telling him what happened and had, like, pictures, literally, like, had pictures proving it. And the cops, once Dahmer got over there, the cops just laughed it off and said, like, you know, hey, this is just a couple having a fight. So I don't think, like, the motivation behind laziness of investigating is so much like it's anything religious. I just think it's just kind of the nature of the game.
I believe.
A skull?
A skull right up in this area somewhere.
It is one thing for law enforcement to be uninformed. It's quite another, though, for them to refuse to follow known leads. Paul Howell alleges they did exactly that, with the information he provided from his own investigation. For 3 years, he says, he begged them to investigate Burdella's suspected connection with his boy's disappearance.
I dug through his trash and found different things. At one time, I thought it was dog remains. Later on, after the investigation, the police come in. 3 years later, I found out that this is the way they said Bob disposed of some of the waste of the human remains.
Which, honestly, that's another example of that Savvy Guy is wrong, that there is such a thing as game and there is such a thing as being able to, like, spit game, because that's how Ted Bundy got into and out of situations. That's how Jeffrey Dahmer got out of situations. So definitely your passing those speech checks does matter.
He put them in dog food bags and set them out in the trash.
What must it be like to a father?
I think if somebody comes with any level of credible, or even if it's not credible, but like you can just go check it out. Like, I don't absolutely, like, if you're talking about like kids safety, you should absolutely, like, if at least just, yeah, completely. I think you have to, even if it's a wild claim, like, you still got to send an officer out because you never know. But if like the same person is making repeated claims and like you've come out and come out and come out and there's never any, you know, evidence or whatever, then I can kind of see it then. But I think even then they still have to send somebody out, or they start charging to come out there or something like that. Like, probably depending on where you live.
To think that his own son was disposed of in pieces in someone's garbage.
It's just very upsetting, actually, and want to get even. You want to find everybody that's involved beside Bob and hope that it don't happen to anybody else's kids.
It apparently also happened to Harriet's kid, Bonnie's husband, James, who disappeared in 1985.
When James first disappeared even, we begged him to do something to go in Burdella's house to get a search warrant for any reason to try to find my son in there, because it had been told to us that he was possibly chained up in the house in there.
Photographs of James' tortured, apparently murdered body were among those seized by police.
Will you charge Burdella with the murder of James Ferris?
That is not something that I can tell you yes or no.
Will you charge Burdella with the murder of Jerry Howell?
And again, I can't tell you whether or not there will be charges brought against Mr. Burdella or anybody else for the murder of Mr. Howell.
Is it possible that by narrowing the focus of the investigation, people who are involved in these awful acts are still free?
Yes, there's no question about it. You cannot subdue individuals and photograph them, and you're in the photos by yourself.
Now, hold
so
on
there
a
is a
second
great implication.
Now, she's, I don't know if you can see it or not with that bar in the way, but she's wearing some kind of like a small, some kind of a little fetish. You see it? It's like it kind of looks like a person. It's kind of person shaped.
That somebody else that participated in this is still at loose, and they're at large in the city, and you're going to be reading about it again in another 12 or 16 months.
I hope she's not right, but stand up. This is Detective Sergeant Lee Orr from the Kansas City,
I'm suspicious of everyone now, especially Lee Orr.
Kansas Police Department. You saw him in the video piece. This is retired Detective Michael McKee of the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. Gentlemen, the Kansas City Star is reporting as late as yesterday that the district attorney in your community is still insisting that the Burdella case of serial murders or alleged serial murders is not related to Satanism, is not a ritual crime. You were one of the first cops on the scene. Do you believe that this case is satanically related?
It's my opinion that it is. We recovered a ceremonial robe from the bedroom. When we excavated the backyard and dug up the skull in the backyard, it was buried with a jar of feathers and had some burnt wood with it. We also recovered numerous books on the occult from the residence of Mr. Burdella.
Now, whether these cases are not being treated as ritual crimes because of embarrassment to the community or because it's easier...
Look at this guy in the back. He's just super chill about it.
...for cops just to prosecute them as simple homicides, we don't know. Coming up next, we have talked in this program so far, and you have heard the words about child abuse. A woman by the name of Cheryl Horton and others tell an even more grotesque story, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my God.
Having babies to be turned over for human sacrifice to Satan. And we'll deal with that when we come back.
Let's take a minute here to... We're heading into even crazier waters, according to Geraldo. Was this one early in the satanic? I'm not sure, to be honest. That's Phil Margera in the background.
I think sometimes that, ironically, on television, when you give a disclaimer...
I bet you YouTube, they won't restrict it or nothing bad will happen, but I bet they'll put a harmful tag on this video since it's talking about this crazy shit, and then there's like on-camera drug use.
It has exactly the opposite to the intended effect, and more people tune in than tune out. I'm going to say this as straight as I possibly can. I am begging you, if you're a parent and you've got kids there, that this subject is just too upsetting for your young children.
Now listen, I realize some of you have allowed your children to stay in through my not once, but twice warnings that they needed to leave the room. I understand that parents should have some amount of judgment when it comes to what their children can and can't watch. But even to those of you with the brightest and the most understanding and compassionate of children, we, and I mean all of us here at the Geraldo Show, must insist that you ask the children to leave the room for this, what is the most graphic part of our story.
Please get them out of the room or change the station. We urge you to exercise parental discretion. It has been established, as you have already seen on this program, in courts of law now, that human sacrifice is sometimes an element in rituals performed by people calling themselves Satanists. There is no longer any doubt about that, though just how often it actually is done is obviously impossible to know. The ideal sacrifice, we are told, apparently requires babies. And there are those. People in satanic sex, including mothers who have belonged, who tell of babies being...
Satanic sex. Yeah, manifesto, wake and bake.
Bread for sacrifice. Take a look, please.
Read what they do, Guy. They use blood in their rituals, and the blood that has the most power is baby's blood.
In the classic horror...
Listen, we know for sure, scientifically, that there are blood sacrifices happening. We know this because of a fictional film, Rosemary's Baby.
Horror film Rosemary's Baby. Mia Farrow is drawn into the clutches of a satanic cult and is married to the devil.
This is no dream. This is really happening.
She conceives the Antichrist, providing the group with a living symbol of Satan to be worshipped and adored.
God is dead! Satan lives!
As sickening and unbelievable as it sounds, bearing children for use in satanic rituals may really be happening.
My daughter, who I named Wendy, was sacrificed at birth with an upside-down cross.
No, some of the cryons in this are absolutely unhinged. Cheryl Horton, former breeder.
And then taken outside and buried. My son, they kept and let live till 2 years old, and then he was sacrificed.
Michael and I had a son, and he was dedicated.
Do you remember that time Mike Lindell tweeted that they had stopped him in the drive-thru of Hardee's and seized his cell phone? I just thought about that when you said they took the cell phone and the tablet and everything.
To Satan at birth, and at 6 months of age, he was sacrificed to Satan.
It is most common for the heart to be taken from the child and offered to Satan.
These women say they speak from personal experience. They claim to be breeders, forced by covens to bear children, both as a way for the cults to...
You don't get this kind of news on mainstream TV anymore. This is like a hell of a story.
Get new members and to find fresh victims for ritual murder.
Did you give birth to infants who were sacrificed?
My first two
Were sacrificed?
were sacrificed. I was told it was the highest honor I could ever do as a woman, was to sacrifice my first two.
And you did that?
I was so brainwashed, I believed their philosophy.
Jackie tells us she was able to escape her satanic cult. Today she helps other women, like Donna, who are trying to break free.
You killed your babies?
Take the skin off.
You skin the baby? You take the baby's skin off? Do you feel remorse? Have you told the police?
I had to do what I had to do, or I'd be killed like the babies that they made me watch killed, and that they put in my hand. They said, "Obey, or this is you."
Jackie, you have some pictures drawn during the therapy sessions by the people who've been through this. Why don't you show me some of them?
This picture is a person remembering skinning children and babies and hanging it out to dry. And skinning them, taking the skin off alive while they are alive, and skin them until they die.
And that's how your babies died?
They took a little patch about 3 by 4 off of her stomach, skinned her, and said, "We'll skin you all the way if you talk or cry." You learn not to cry real fast.
I don't cry.
For their part, mainstream Satanists strongly deny these gruesome allegations. Zena is the daughter of Anton LaVey, founder of the modern-day Church of Satan.
That's a popular misconception, too, is that children are sacrificed at the altar, or that animals are used for sacrifice.
I mean, look at this face. Would she lie to us? And at least she's honest. We know that there are no godly women. They don't exist. So at least she's being open and honest about that. So I feel like we can trust her on this. It's got nothing to do with the way she looks or her potential ability to help, raid an encampment.
It's a horrible, horrible misconception.
This is real hard for the police because they can never find proof, and that's because the bodies are sometimes...
See, it's important to note that. I think it's really important that Geraldo should have noted in all of these cases, and they did for the most part, of like, okay, this was proven like criminally, but they also say this, like making it known like, okay, these were the instances where there were actual legal issues, and here's the ones where they, there's no proof of any of this stuff they're saying in this last segment. There's literally no evidence of it.
Consumed for communion, sometimes burnt, sometimes put in concrete.
For proof, the women offered a few grisly photos. But as the Satanists are quick to point out, the images of death and decay are impossible to verify.
These middle-class housewives that are worried that we want to abduct their children are barking up the wrong tree, because we wouldn't want anything to do with their whole mediocre and corrupt lifestyle.
Because the charges are so bizarre.
Based centrist. These bored housewives sitting at home with nothing better to do, living their mediocre lives. Wow, cutting remarks.
Most mental health professionals distance themselves from the entire area of Satanism.
But here in Denver, Colorado, the Bethesda Psychiatric Institute has become the first in the country to devote an entire department to treating the victims of ritual crime. Can we believe these stories of sacrifice?
I believe we need to believe them. They sound bizarre. They sound...
Remember this guy? Was it this Fraser's little brother?
Beyond the capacity of human beings. But the stories we receive are tremendously consistent.
Is this an epidemic?
I believe involvement in Satanism is increasing. I believe it is present in many communities around our country, and I believe it demands our attention.
But was that his real voice? This looks like, remember when they showed the images of the bad people from Rosemary's Baby? Don't they look exactly like these people? Which I get is kind of the point of the story, is that it's like, it's not the people you would expect, but these are the exact people you would expect.
But somebody is apparently trying to discourage scrutiny. We've talked to therapists who treat ritual abuse victims, and they tell us of the threats they've received.
Oh my God.
I have direct knowledge of both.
Did you see that fucking guy with the owl face? I gotta take it back. I'm sorry. 11803. Oh my gosh, that fucking cracked me up. Let's go from there.
It's increasing. I believe it is present in many communities around our country, and I believe it demands our attention.
Really
but somebody is apparently trying to discourage
scrutiny.
I'm gonna get
We've
talked to therapists who treat ritual abuse victims, and they tell us of the threats they...
Oh my gosh, what a character this guy is. You know he's up to something.
They've received.
I have direct knowledge of both death threats on a therapist and an attempt to end that therapist's life, which was unsuccessful.
Here in Chicago, a group of well-known therapists from all over the country had the courage to share horror stories of threats and intimidation.
Hold on, weren't there people that were saying they felt like they were the victims of these therapists?
Therapists have been directly threatened.
Oh, come on. His name is George B. Greaves. Are you kidding me? Ridgeview Institute? Yeah, right, pal.
In ways that are quite alarming to them. A patient indicated to me...
Yes, David Crockett. That's a good one. Yes. Oh, my lord. Leigh Jeno.
...that she wished to sacrifice the child with which she was pregnant. Naturally, I wasn't too enthusiastic about this. Shortly after this occurred, I started to get telephone death threats.
One of the things that I would add is that we are now hearing these reports from literally...
After I told these children that they had repressed memories that didn't really exist, people got very angry with me.
Hundreds of therapists in every part of the United States.
Someone out there is telling us to back off.
Still, the greatest toll seems to be on the women who say that they have bred babies. Babies that were sacrificed for Satan.
I will probably have nightmares tonight about it, as I have about my Joey that I have been talking about. I wake up screaming for him now in the middle of the night. I dream that he's lost and I'm trying to find him.
Sickening, so incredibly outrageous, so incredibly unbelievable. But Zena LeVay, are these women lying?
You have to understand that every single thing you've given as examples of Satanism here.
I'm trying to visualize her with the Joker makeup.
are completely from a Christian standpoint, that everything you've put forth as being considered satanic is not considered satanic by my standard or my definition of Satanism.
Lying?
Well, have the bodies been found? Where are they?
Cheryl Horton, who joins us via satellite from Los Angeles. Cheryl Horton. Zena LeVay, a Satanist who
from Los Angeles.
Points out that this is not...
Oh no, they're going to let Zena LeVay go head-to-head with the former breeder? This will be interesting.
In keeping with her teaching. But B says, where is the proof?
Yes, satanic grace.
Where is the proof? Why is there no proof if what you're saying is true?
She was goth Grace not too long ago. She did the goth makeup and the Joker routine again. The Joker, I love the Joker stuff. It seems like it's kind of like a lot of the colorful internet personalities have their little Joker video.
True.
Hi, Geraldo. There's no proof for a fact of one thing. They burn the bodies. They either do that, they'll chop them up and dump them in the ocean, or they'll pour them in concrete.
I mean, again, it's like Laughing Cedar said. I think you have to, if somebody tells you this, I think the police should look into it. But you have to be able to tell the police, like, okay, something's happening here, or this is the person that's involved with it. Let me give you something so that you can at least get a foothold to get started. Like, if you're just telling them, like, I have nothing to give you whatsoever except for what I'm saying, like, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall with, like, you know, there has to be some shred of just even the smallest bit of evidence.
Or they take and they use them for communion and eat them and then make bones out of the tools.
Cheryl, listen.
These
The
people
stories,
are doing
listen,
murders,
let me
they're not
interrupt
gonna
you. Cheryl, please, let me interrupt you. The stories dump in the ocean, chop up the bodies, these things, they sound like they can't be happening. Ted Gunnarsson, respected law enforcement professional, recently or retired now from the FBI, former regional...
Here you go. Somebody was wanting Gunderson.
Director of Los Angeles. Do you, sir, believe that these dreadful allegations of babies being sacrificed are true?
I absolutely believe it, without any doubt.
Oh, my.
Based on the information that's been given to me
bro.
across the country by numerous survivors and by confidential sources and informants.
Then why don't you name these people and arrest them? Never a name, never an arrest.
Like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with this guy, but isn't that true? It's not a flex to say, hey, I know people who have proof that, you know, kids are being harmed as we speak. Like, bro, what are you doing then? Like, what kind of mindset is that? You're just going to like, oh, cool, man. Well, you know, that's you and your life. I'm going to go about my own life. Like, come on, man.
These women come out of a...
So he doesn't care about the people that are actually doing it. He's friends with them. He considers them sources. But he wants to come after this lunatic.
Group. And they insist that they know the people in the group, and yet they do not identify these large, mysterious cults. Name them and arrest them and get them off the street.
Does he not make a valid point?
He makes a valid point. The problem with that is, number one, police officers don't believe it. I may believe it. You may believe it. Some people in your audience may believe it. They don't believe it. Number two, if you decide to investigate these people, you have to, number one, handle it from an undercover operation. If you put...
Why do you need an undercover operation? I'm being 100% serious here. I'm not fucking around. If you're running a breeding operation, right? Whoever those people are, they're either not interacting with anybody or they're interacting with people on a very surface level that don't notice that they're just literally constantly pregnant but never have any children around. They would be probably reported as missing persons. There would be some evidence of some rumors, at least, of like people selling babies or whatever. You know what I mean? There would be, at least you could like a cop could be like, okay, well, this might be a rumor, but I'm gonna follow up on it because it says that this person, you know, was the person who told this person, and follow up on it. But if you literally have nothing, like, what is this guy? That's the difference between, like, you don't have to convince people, or you shouldn't have to convince people if you have, like, irrefutable evidence. So if you really have this proof and you have these sources and you present it, you don't need people to take it on faith because they can take it on literal evidence.
Put an undercover operation into effect, then you have, in a sense, your own police officers become involved in these heinous crimes, and they...
Father James Mitchell is 100% influenced by, like, LaVey, the vibe of LaVey Satanism.
Are, of course, become murderers. And in addition to that, if you do decide to investigate these people, there's a lot of work. And many law enforcement officers are apathetic and don't want to get involved.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard this. The debate here could rage over this.
You just went through some Val Venus matches. I can't really get into Val Venus because I feel like he was of an era when you should live your gimmick. And Sonny said he was like a complete disappointment in bed. So how are you going to be a porn star gimmick and suck in bed?
This issue alone for hours and hours and hours. Michael Aquino is right when he says there have not been any...
I just don't think that you can hide things of this level at the scale they're talking about, and it's just bozos in your town. Even if they're the cops or whatever, like, you still wouldn't be able to effectively hide it. If you're talking about people that have Elon Musk money or Bill Gates money, yeah, they could probably get away with doing some weird shit because they have enough money to completely, you know, cover up what they're doing. But just some local yokels are not going to be able to move through enough, like, dozens of babies and shit like that and have breeding camps set up. Like, those things, the people who put the women in the basements and stuff like that, that's not on a scale of, like, what they're talking about. They're talking about almost like a business.
Any successful prosecutions for this horrible allegation. Ted Gunderson is a sincere man with a good reputation who says that there are difficulties in the prosecution. Still, the point is it has never been proven in a court.
He's like, Mr. Reliable, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about. I trust him. He's never been able to prove anything in a court of law, but we got to go with him on this.
Of law. Obviously, it needs more investigation, but if these things are happening, then there should be a national task force of federal and...
Yes, absolutely. If there could be any evidence or anything proven at all, there should be a huge response to it. And all these confidential sources that Gunderson is protecting should all be arrested and probably, you know, condemned.
State and local cops working together to prove or disprove. Because this is just unacceptable, this impasse.
Geraldo getting serious. Listen, this is unacceptable.
Coming up, we're going to have warning signs you should watch for, parents. And all of our guests will be available for a final discussion about Satanism after this break.
You know that, Laughing Cedar, that Ed is one of the trusted informants.
Father LeVar, from the point of view of the Catholic Church, is this something Catholic parents, and I'm not singling out the Roman Catholic...
See, this guy's a dud. If we had Ben on there, he could really get something going.
Catholic faith, obviously, this affects children of all races, colors, creeds, religions. It seems particularly strong, as you've seen over the course of the last 2 hours, to be very strong in the so-called...
Yeah, Ed, the guy that lived in the basement apartment.
Bible Belt among fundamentalist Christians. But from the point of view of the Roman Catholic Church, is this something for parents to be concerned about?
Something very much for parents to be concerned about, because in our Catholic theology, we know the power of the devil. We know the influence that the devil can have directly and indirectly. And whether you want to deny it, as the Church of Satan people want to do, or call it by another...
Listen, I hate to interrupt you, Father, but could you answer one question for me? Should women be allowed to have chairs?
The name, it doesn't matter. It's the power of evil, the force of evil, and it's that thing which disrupts ordinary human life, which, as we've seen, happening so often. So it is necessary for parents to beware and be
Dr.
careful.
Aquino, is it the force of evil? Does it disrupt? Is it a force for everything negative?
Well, if you're talking about Satanism as legitimate Satanists define it, absolutely not. It is ethical, it is above ground, it is positive. If you are talking about the devil as it is defined by religions such as Father Labar's, then it is, in fact, a symbol of degenerate behavior, and this is part of our problem tonight.
Should we have warnings, sir, the way we do on cigarette packs, for people coming into your houses of worship?
No, Ed was that weird bum from, from earlier in the show.
Warning, this sect may be dangerous to your health and the health of the people you know.
No, because in the case of the Temple of Set and the Church of Satan, we have not had any problems with criminal behavior.
I just feel like what would, and I swear, Joe Shabatoni, I did not pre-watch. I don't know what's going to happen. I just feel like this would be a really great episode just to have somebody really torch one of these people from the crowd. But I don't even remember if Geraldo let people do that or not.
And yet when you hear story after story after story of people committing these wretched crimes.
Yeah, I think we're talking about, I'm just really high, Laughing Cedar, so I'm just kind of talking. I'm not putting a lot of thought into my thoughts, unfortunately.
These violent crimes in the devil's name.
You find one common thread to that all these people that you've shown tonight come from a background in which their moral instruction has been from a religious tradition other than ours. It may be Father Labar's, it may be some other mainstream one, but it is not that of Satanism.
Sean Sellers, condemned to die by lethal injection because of the murder of your mother, your stepfather, and a convenience store clerk.
Well, I definitely don't agree with the whole, like, if somebody has evidence of crimes being committed against, like, kids, I definitely don't think they should just stay a confidential source. You know what I mean? He's not even a journalist, is he? He's like he's a detective or a gumshoe, a private detective.
You've heard the Satanists say that it is not the teaching that is wrong, it is the person that's wrong. Are you using Satanism as a cover for your violence?
No, I'm not. I've heard quite a few, well, I can call them as lies on the show right now. I've heard Dr. Aquino say...
Oh, he was an FBI agent. This guy's really something. I like his like, I don't know, what do you call it? Like the gradient of his hair is kind of interesting. It looks like how does he get that in jail? Is that just like the natural color flow?
Say that Satanism is not, or the ideals that we're talking about here are not Satanism. That is because Satanists believe that good is evil and evil is good. And so, of course, they're not the ideals that he believes in. He believes that evil is good. That is what I believed in. I heard him say that the Satanic Bible is not to be taken literally. But I talked to a 16-year-old boy yesterday who takes the Satanic Bible literally. I've been working with...
Why is he he's a condemned murderer. Why is he hanging around with... Didn't he, like, kill a kid? Why is he hanging around? Oh, no, he killed his mom. Okay.
A lot of ministries around the United States trying to get and help people get out of the occult. He takes the Satanic Bible literally. I took it literally. A lot of people are taking the Satanic Bible literally. And I heard Anton LaVey's daughter say that these babies who are being sacrificed, it's not Satanism. Or she wouldn't answer to saying that it was. The fact of the matter is that kids are abducted, teenagers are drawn into the occult, and a lot of them are being used for occult sacrifices. And there's been so much on the show that you've shown so much pain and blood and all this other gore and stuff, but you really haven't shown how to get out of the occult for those who want to get out. There is, let me tell you a story about a friend of mine.
Tell it briefly, Sean. Go ahead.
Just give me 1.5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Hey, Geraldo, let me tell you this story about one of my best friends. It's very meaningful to me. All right, hurry up.
Her name is, anyway, she works with the Watch Network in Texas, and she told me that a lady called her and said, my daughter's involved in Satanism, and I want her to get out, but I don't want her to become some kind of Jesus freak or anything like that. Sue told her, I'm sorry, I can't help you. A month later, the girl was living with her aunt and uncle because her mother was in an insane asylum, and she was threatening to kill her aunt and uncle.
What's your point, Sean?
She destroyed 3 lives, her mother's, herself.
Yeah, I do think a religion like that would lie, but I also think Christianity has loopholes for lying. Like, even though, in my opinion, like the whole story about, like, they'll take it that, like, Jesus knew that he would get denied by that one guy. And so, like, if under certain circumstances, some Christians will like claim that that's proof that like to protect yourself you can lie sometimes. Like there's always loopholes in every religion, because if you actually had to live by these religions, I mean, life would suck. It'd be lousy.
And her aunt and uncles, because she didn't want her mother didn't.
They're kind of designed with the idea that you'll fail repeatedly, which I have actually heard, I think, Grace talk about before. Whenever people will say like she doesn't have a right to say whatever since she's a Christian and she's imperfect, and she'll like say that's the point of being a Christian.
Wanted to become a Jesus freak. I want to tell you right now, there is no other way out of Satanism except through Jesus Christ.
Do you believe in the devil to this day?
I believe in the devil, but I don't worship the devil. I'm a Christian. I stand up boldly and proudly and proclaim my faith in Jesus. I'm telling you, there is no way out of Satanism except through Christ.
Do you feel a sense of frustration that people don't believe you when you talk about what happened to your daughter?
Yes, I do. The problem with this whole issue is that because
I'll say this, I may not completely agree with her views on this topic, but she was fantastic as the wife in Goodfellas.
the crimes are so heinous that people don't want to believe that an adult would do this to a child. And I don't know about the Church of Satan or the Temple of Set. I can't say that they had anything to do with what happened to my child. But if you look at a child's behavior, a child who's been ritually abused, there is no way that you can say that these things that they're talking about didn't happen to them. From the nightmares, to the running around the room when they disclose, to the latching on, to the crying and saying, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, don't go out, because if you go out, they're going to kill you." Threats, intimidation, fear. That's how this happened to my child and children all across the country. And it may have nothing to do with Dr. Aquino or Miss LeVay. All I know is what's happening to kids all over the country. They're being ritually abused. I don't know who's behind it, but it's happening. And parents have to be aware that children are not lying. Police officers have to listen to children. Listen to what they're saying and look at their behavior, because a child cannot talk like you and I, who's been ritually abused.
We'll be right back. All of us know that life is not safe. Every day we face the possibility of crime and disease and accidents and disasters. So here comes Satanism, which most of us would like to write off as harmless antics by some lunatic fringe. A few years ago maybe, but not now. We have seen that Satanism can be linked to dope and to pornography, child abuse, and to murder. It has led seemingly normal teenagers into monstrous behavior. They preach...
It's all passing the buck. All of it. It's all just people being unwilling, whether they're parents or individuals who just do not want to take responsibility for their own actions. It's outrageous.
Mysticism. Other people, however, practice evil. And that is why we brought you this report tonight. I'd like to thank all of our guests, especially those we did not have a chance to get to. I'm Geraldo Rivera, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see.
Wow, what a wild episode. I don't know. I think there are always people who legitimately try to live by the religion, or at least like do their best, but it's just like with anything else, they get like overshadowed by the loudest people. All right, I got a little bit of time left. Let's see what's up on my algorithm. See what I can find on here. My internet will be slow, so bear with me. Aphrodite's all about MK Ultra. Wasn't there somebody else too that was talking about that recently? Oh, we got the Thorpes are live. New Breaking Banquet. This could be our last show on Lolcow Live. Satanism and Witchcraft. Persian Assyrian Elvis. Oh, this is a pretty boring run today. Oh, look at here. Graceful 4K cleaning ritual. Elevate your home. You feel like I would be a great Satanist? That's probably true. Join. Oh, I'm not going to join Ben and Grace. New video from Jimmy. Oh, no, this is... Oh, shit. Damn it. Sorry. We can watch Jimmy. I just want to watch one that's a little more recent. Hang on. Here we go. Gold School Freestyle. Watch that Memphis Wrestling. I don't know if that's one that they would actually, like, be okay with me streaming. I can reach out to them if you want me to.
It's January 19th, 2024. I'm going to record a freestyle over this beat here by Broken Finger. Broken Finger Beats. 4 hours ago he uploaded this. Since I can't record collab videos for more than 15 seconds and I don't have my sound system set up, I got to do it like this. So this is just how it's going to go, you know what I'm saying? Just hold on. Yeah. That's what's happening, you know what I'm saying? Keep the evil freaks away from me, God. What it really is. Better check the biz. And what it really ain't, better get it straight before it's too late while you're trying to wait. See, be pushing so hard, yes man, say it, oh my Lord. Under so much pressure, yes man, select the dopest, the issue addresser. There's none better, teaching the lesson, man. I get you a sweater if you're living so cold. Yes man, I know you're grown old of all this sickness. Yes man, that's why you gotta bear witness to the miracles that happen. Yes man, gotta get to clapping. Celebrating life.
Hold on a second.
Yes, man.
No. You can't present this like this. I'm being negative on Christianity. I have never made fun of Jimmy's religion. I don't have any issue with. I just present him as he is. That's it.
Cause it's all so trite for the wise, getting caught up in the strife. Yes, man, gotta open your eyes and put in the work. Get your hands dirty even if it hurts. Do the right thing, yes man, then your heart gonna sing. Otherwise you get nothing, yes man, let me tell you something.
Hell yeah.
It's what it really is, yes man, you better check the biz. Know what I'm saying? Once again, select the dopest. Hell no, I ain't playing.
Hell yeah.
About to get mine, yes man, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 time. Yes man, cause I blow your mind. Every time I open my mouth and bust a rhyme, it's always something relevant that you need to hear. To keep going on the grind, yes man, going against the grain even if it causes pain. Even if it tries to...
Jimmy is definitely a wrestling fan. I think he's brought it up in a couple of his videos, actually.
Make you go insane.
Hold on, let me see if I can bring us in some targeted content.
Yeah. That was a little shorter than I thought, but, you know, hey. Yeah, I could keep going, man. I could keep going for 30 minutes straight. Not even playing.
Let me see here. I thought the Geraldo video would take longer to get through. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. Let's check how much. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Okay, let's see this. Talking wrestling. 1997. Cody Boynes. Here we go. Let's try this.
Is he really?
Yeah, he coaches the South Shore Baseball Club.
In fact, he ran a show a couple years ago up at Braintree. I'm not quite sure if it was a high school or whatnot, but it was to raise money for the Braintree Baseball League. Yeah, Chris Arilda, he was down here with the Irish Leprechaun one time, and also Marshfield's own Psycho Capone he was on here with.
And he's a veteran of the Marshfield Fair.
Yeah, many times at the Marshfield. Yeah, Chris is a great guy.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah. I have another question.
Yes, sir.
That Billy Hewling.
Who?
That kid out there. That big kid.
Cool.
Yeah, what's the deal with that beating up that little kid?
Would you call that a beating, John?
No, but I could do better myself, you know?
Well, I wouldn't argue that, John, but yeah, what was the deal with the beating there, Coob?
Well, you see, people don't understand that Tenzar doesn't have supernatural powers, and they keep...
Okay, Coob, you're boring me. Anything else, John?
Yeah, I think Tenzar's a pussy.
Okay, thanks, John. Everything was good until you mentioned the cat. All right, 837-4384. How else am I supposed to say it? Yeah. Do we have a... No, we have a lady back there, and I don't appreciate it. I mean, well, at least I don't. I'm sick of it. ERA doesn't mean earn around average to me, baby. All right,
You sound like the host of the show.
374-384. I love those sound effects.
That was bad with the sound.
What's that?
Bateman's playing around back
Bateman probably just knocked into something by accident. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. 837-4384. Hey, how was that sound effect? I didn't even know I did it. All right, let's go to the... What's that?
Bateman,
What was that? Bateman. Hey, Paul, zip it back up. All right, then.
First time. After the third.
There is talk of a Larry Zbyszko Bishop match. Oh, I would love to see Zbyszko beat the living out of him. Okay, Paul, look, obviously you had your jaw. So settle down before we come out there. Stick your fat ass with a pin and watch you fly around the goddamn studio. Now, cut it out.
We'll roll him over.
He's losing his virginity. Probably with you, Mark. Hope you don't.
Oh, man. What happened?
Bateman doggy style. All right, 837-4384.
That's only on 51 states.
50. How many states are there, Tenzar?
I don't know. My social studies abilities.
No, you guys can't fight. You guys can't do anything from what I can tell. You guys plan on graduating this year? Or any year? All right, then. 6 out of action, 3 to 4 weeks. Guess he's got a fractured vertebrae or something like that in his neck. He just had some surgery. Let's see what else. Tag team wrestling. How about the tag team wrestling could be eliminated in WCW? Have you heard about this?
No, I hadn't heard.
I guess Bischoff doesn't want to have tag team wrestling. That's why you haven't seen the Steiners much or the Public Enemy or any of those guys, because I guess he just wants to abolish it for a couple of months. No tag team wrestling.
Good.
Which, of course, kind of kills the Steiners. It's very quiet in here, Mark. Yes, what do you want?
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the phones.
So intimate.
Hello.
We call them mercy.
It's my feminine side, and I'm not ashamed of it. I watch Lifetime. Let's go to the phones. Hey, who is it?
Hello?
Yes.
It's Rob.
Yes, Rob.
I was just wondering, who's that guy behind you in the brown vest there?
That's
Gargantua.
Gargantua.
Oh, it's Gargantua. All right. I just have one more thing. I was just wondering if the fellow could bring you a bacon.
No, I just knew he was going to say something bad. I don't want to hear the bagel, but
How about a little background check on the Gargantua? You see, the master found the Gargantua rumbling and grumbling around in the jungles of Malaysia. I saw this youth. I saw this unlimited potential in him. So I trained him to be the lethal beast he is today. But Gargantua, I don't know if you are Malaysian Duke material. I just don't know.
All right, that's something to ponder. Let's go to the phones. Good evening, Talking Wrestling. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, who's this?
Hello?
I don't like the sound of your voice. Come on! Are you having any more phone calls?
Attaboy.
Hey, you can just tell this guy seriously just tripped off the toilet. Anything else? Another phone call, let's go to. Good evening, Talking Wrestling.
Hello?
Who's this?
Tom.
Goodbye. No, goodbye. You say hello twice. Bye-bye! All right, 837-4384. I'm fine. Really, I am. I'm very easygoing for the most part. People don't think that about me.
Oh my gosh, Ben and Grace should start doing that randomly, just like having someone on and just be like, nope, I could tell immediately. Nope, just cut them off.
Wait, another phone call? What's this guy going to say hello 6 times? Good evening, I'm Talking Wrestling. Hello? Goodbye! I didn't want to hear you.
Come on now.
Come on. Screw it.
Give him a chance.
What are you guys going to do? You guys not going to do it. I could get on my back and I'd still kick your 3 asses. All right, let's go to the phones.
Get on your back.
What's that?
That could get interesting.
Yeah. I won't even go into the family stuff. You heard me. I don't even know what I'm saying now.
Hey, what are you laughing about?
Yo. Hey, Tenza. Hey. I heard there's a buffet down the
Hey, it's me.
street. All right, let's go to the phones. Good evening, Dragon Wrestling.
I'm surprised you're not there.
What's that? Hey, for God's sakes, look at you. What do you use that? Nice shirt. I had a shirt like that. That dad got a job.
The name of the video is Talking Wrestling 1997 Cody Boynes Public Access. I don't know if there's any other ones. It came up in my algorithm the other day. The account is TGLip24, but I don't know if they have anything else on there or not. We can check after the video.
The phones. Hello? Who's this?
Dan?
Yes, Dan.
Hopefully.
Do you know if Undertaker's gonna fight Kane?
So now an intelligent question. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Now, the Undertaker has stated that he will never fight his brother. But I think we all know that's not true. Probably right.
I just like how serious he is about it. Hey, the Undertaker said he'll never fight his brother, and I think he's serious about it. I think he means it.
WrestleMania.
I would say WrestleMania.
We're thinking WrestleMania, Dan.
Something that'll cost you money.
Don't think you can get on free TV. Anything else, Dan? What did they do? Cut him? Why? Because he had a good question? Is Dan still on there?
Yes, he is.
Dan-O.
Got him.
Okay, is he mime now? Is he a mime? I can't hear him.
Dan O'Gano.
Is he still there?
Yes,
Greg, what's the deal? Greg, get out here. Greg, get out here right now, I said. Greg, never mind. Get out here. Let's go to the phones. Good to talk wrestling. I know, he's a good kid. Hello? Who's this?
Hammer.
Oh. Hey, don't touch this! Bye-bye! All right, 837-4385. Hammer. Come on.
Hammer.
Come on.
Is that Greg Valentine?
Jesus.
Get him back on. One of my favorites.
Didn't we have a problem last show? Badass and Hammer, two guys.
Oh, yes.
The multiple hammer situation became
a couple of people that don't have the courage to come on the show.
No, not after that beating you guys get. I'm sure nobody's going to come down there.
Oh, yeah, we watched that beating.
And with those high voices, they might crack some of the equipment you have.
I've seen a ton of pro wrestling in National Guard armories.
In here.
Well said, Master. Bret Hart looks like he signed a 2-year deal with an option of 3 for WCW. Last match was, I guess his last match was supposed to be December 7th on the D-Generation X pay-per-view. I don't think we'll see him wrestle in the WWF anytime soon.
He is through. 130 days a year. That's it in that contract. 5 days.
I'm sorry, Rob. You like to come on the show? I don't think so. Let's go to the phones. Good night, talking wrestling.
Hello.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Bill.
Yes, Bill.
I got a question for the master.
Yes, Bill. Go ahead.
What's on your mind?
I'm just wondering what it takes to be a member of the Malaysian Dukes.
Good question.
What it takes is you gotta have a heart as big as a lion, man.
Yeah.
You gotta have charisma. You gotta have speed. You gotta have the brains.
Yes.
You gotta have the looks. You gotta have the body. You gotta have it all. You have to be, and pardon this, the total package.
Do you have to be a fucking homo?
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm not quite sure if you have to be homosexual, but we checked that out with Malaysia.
Hey, the sailor called. He wants his mouth back.
Wow. Okay, let's go back to the phone. What? I think we might have to edit the 2 shows all together. Let's go to the phones.
Hello?
Yeah, I tell you, I'm not giving this show up forever. Let's go to the phones. Hello?
Hey.
Who's this?
This is Ryan.
Yes, Ryan.
How you doing?
Good, Ryan. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay.
That's good, Ryan.
The Silva over there, and John, and
Elbow?
Yeah, that I just have to say that fight was pathetic.
Yeah, you know what's even more pathetic? You trying to get out of a sentence. Bye-bye!
Wouldn't you love to heckle that guy, though? That little manager guy that said all that stuff? I think he would be hilarious to, like, yell at and insult at the live shows.
All right. Let's, any more phone calls? I'm sorry, was that me? Let's go to the phones. Go to Unitarian Wrestling.
Hi, this is Bob.
Yeah, Bob, you know what? You sound like you got something in you. You know what? Bye-bye! They didn't even like the sound of him. Hi, this is Bob. Yeah, guess what, Bob? Get off the can and get on the stick. Sounds like you already are. All right, let's keep going down the news and views. I'm Pete. Huh? Oh, you speaking now? Pull it in this one. All right. What? Another phone call? Yep. Get that damn thing on my face. Why don't you shoot the upside down stuff? I was only kidding when I said. Let's go to the phone. You idiot, get out of here. Let's go to the phones. Good evening, Talking Wrestling. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Tom Lockren.
Tom Locker?
Lockren.
Oh, sorry, Tom Lockren. Bye-bye! Kind of, I don't like the way you talk to me.
Jesus Christ.
I won't even speak to anybody. I'm going down the news and views. Rich, you take the phone calls. I can't even get through them. Rumor has it, possibly. Now, have you heard this, Rich or Bob? Because you guys seem to be the only two who know anything. And obviously, you do too, Master.
This goes without saying.
Yeah, all right, then. Talk of Goldust's new love interest could be Sable. Have you heard about this?
I hadn't heard about that. I'm horrified.
Which, consider Mero left WCW because he didn't like the fact that Sable was out there with, with the whole...
He was supposed to be with another woman.
Yes.
Was it with Kimberly?
Yeah, well, he was, I'm sorry, right, he was with the Diamond Doll. And I'm sorry, she does nothing for me. I'll just make that known right now. What's that?
Look at the monitor.
God's sakes, you got more rolls. You got more rolls than a bakery there. My word, get out of there.
Bakery, that's great.
If I can just put my 2 cents in on that, Cody, I think it's irrelevant because I think the Goldust shtick is pretty beat and pathetic to begin with.
I'm not going to say anything.
He looks like he's, yes.
Defines the WWF, doesn't it? Well, not totally. I think the WCW's got some problems
I don't
right
think the
now,
whole
too, but-
WWF are faggots, but
You don't even watch.
Wow, his name is Cody, C-O-D-Y, Boynes, B-O-W-N-S. I'm assuming that's the host. It says Talking Wrestling is the name of the show. And then this episode supposedly is from 1997, and it was a public access show.
So you couldn't spell WWF. Somebody on the phone?
Hey, leave Pat Patterson out of this.
Whoa. We got a phone call? Let's go to it. Here, let's get that master footage on, too.
So listen, I heard your podcast last week, Cody. I didn't appreciate the Pat Patterson remark. I'm gonna have to wish you the best in your future endeavors, pal.
It only goes a minute and a half. Let's go to the phones. Go ahead and talk wrestling.
Hello?
Yeah, at any time, Dave. We'll stick with the show. We've been on for 40 minutes, you nitwit. We got a phone call or no? Well, let's go to it. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, who's this?
Yeah, I have a question for the master.
Yes, sir.
Where is his Malaysian partner, Shingo?
Shingo,
I believe you mentioned this at the beginning of the show. You guys have become friends, haven't you?
Right. Well, Shingo, he's kicking back at the Malaysian mansion.
Right.
He had, since joining the Malaysian Dukes, the Malaysian people, they've fallen in love with Shingo. The Malaysian people love him.
Yeah, I think he's fallen in love with you and you're a faggot. Bye!
Hey, in the words of the illustrious, excuse me, in the words of the illustrious Mike DeCoste, I'd roll you up and smoke you.
Okay.
Oh boy, okay. You're telling me you wouldn't love to interact with this guy? He's the kind of guy who like feeds on the heat. He'd be a great manager.
837-4384. I don't know where they get that bye thing.
Wrong analogy.
I'm going down the news and views, and that's all there is to it. You heard me. No, it's going to have to wait a second.
Did you hear the guy next to him say that wrong analogy?
Looks like we're hearing the Flair's going to stick with WCW. Bob Hedlund says no. He thinks WWF.
No, I got a source. He's going over after the first of the year. Going to finish things up over in the WWF. Wants to go out wrestling Shawn Michaels, one of the few major names that he hasn't wrestled throughout his career. Wants to be able to say he wrestled all the best. So watch for his book.
That'd be interesting.
Still one of the greatest performers of all time. Ric Flair, one of the greatest people in that sport.
And is he Democrat, Republican?
He actually happens to be a Republican, very active in the political arena also.
That had anything to do with his opinion of him.
No. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't even know what he was. Seriously.
Is anyone close? When you look at, just take 1989, he's in, the entire year, he's in 5-star matches throughout the year with Steamboat with Terry Funk, which is one of the greatest. That whole thing with the Wrestle War, when Flair wins back the title, and then you have the big angle afterwards with Funk. That was fantastic.
Was it Terry Funk?
That's me every 5 seconds during Memphis wrestling streams.
The Hoss Funk. It was Terry. That match at the nursing home there that they had.
Remember Hoss?
Terry, and then Muta came in with that, too.
The good tag team matches they had with Sting and Flair in there. Those are good stuff, too.
Yeah.
And, of course, good old Gary Hart. I always liked him. We got footage queued up? Yeah. All right, let's go to the footage of the Master. Master, as usual, brings some footage, and we got to check this stuff out. Turn that up.
The Hulks are beyond me, dude. And I'm not going to take any crap from you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What you going to do? What you going to do?
How about this? Ooh.
Oh!
Is that Orndorff?
Who is that?
Hey, how come you can fly? What?
1, 2, 3.
I told you I'd beat you in wrestling figures. I win at everything. That's why I am the master. Master, you may have beaten me at everything else, but no one beats me at Guess Who. At Guess Who, I'm the master. Does your man have blonde hair? Yes. Does your man wear a hat? No. Does your man have a mustache?
Footage.
Yes. Is your man...
Get back! What are you doing? What are you...
Does your man have really big lips? Yes.
It's on the airplane.
Yeah. Better be.
Does your guy have 2 ponytails? And doesn't have 2 ponytails. And I know who your man is. Charles. Charles. Charles! I will beat you at every game, including Guess Who, the mystery face game, because I am the master, and all you Marshfield maggots should acknowledge that.
I mean, this is Boyd. This is pre-Boyd. Like, the show is Boyd, but then it's like Boydception. Within this Boyd quality show, there's a like sub-Boyd happening of like their little like featured segments.
That was impressive.
All right, let me set the scenario for you. That was a typical Marshfield resident. I picked him off the street. I wanted to show him how superior the master was to the whole town of Marshfield. Maybe next show, some other time, you will see the rest of the video, me defeating him in various events, and that you saw me beating him in wrestling figures and Guess Who. That's just a taste. That's just the beginning of the threshold. In the later tapes, you will see me beating him in an eating contest, prank phone calling, a violin playing contest, a poetry reading
Should I become an indie manager? Do I still have time?
contest, wallet stealing, and it ends with a brawl. But you're going to see him in the weeks to come, so you people can look forward to that and more of me.
You know, you don't see a lot of wallet stealing anymore, you know? I mean, that just went out with like the 70s. But boy, I'm really looking forward to the prank phone call.
Except for the last pay-per-view.
Yeah, that's true, too. How much time we got left in this fine show?
God only knows.
Yeah, way to go, Dave. 10 minutes. All right, then. I can get down to news and views without any bother.
Hopefully.
Well, I'm going to try to go as quick as I can. We talked about this WCW possible cruiserweight tourney and the tough man division. I mean, myself, I guess I'd be in the wimpy man division. I mean, what does it mean, the tough man? Aren't they all pretty tough?
One would think. It's sort of...
I mean, that kind of puts down, I think, everybody else, doesn't it? That's what I think.
Maybe it's to get Don Fry and Severn to come in.
No, Don Fry isn't the biggest guy in the world, though. It's for me, that guy does nothing.
Well, none of them do much for me, so...
So, speaking of news now, batten down the hatches, call your friends. Stevie Richards has quit WCW.
Damn.
Who cares?
What? Who could have seen that?
All right, then, good.
I like Stevie Richards.
Outstanding.
I like the shirts he used to wear, you know, different 70s rock and roll acts.
I would watch this. If there was a show that had this like attitude that didn't take itself seriously and had these kind of crazy characters on there, I'd probably watch it. Especially if they were these weird characters, but like discuss the wrestling seriously for some reason.
TV didn't have.
You know, I'm living in the past, like the master says, you know, and Stevie Richards reminded me of that.
That Raven's Nest thing, that thing is going nowhere quick.
Who's the big freak they have now with the nipple ring?
Oh, Van Hammer. Holy Moses, isn't he on drug charges? Hey, who's out there?
Their main qualification to join Raven.
Oh, I think
Van Hammer, isn't he up on drug charges?
I just yelled at somebody's mother. All right, then. Sorry about
Kurt McMahon.
Wait a minute, the phone calls, I'm going to go through these real quick. Second United Kingdom pay-per-view will be taking place in Manchester, New England. That'll be April 4th of '98.
And maybe British Bulldog will still be injured, and what will sell that?
No, this is true. Exactly. Phil LaFawn due in court on December 22nd on charges of assault with intent to do bodily harm. But I'm sure he probably didn't mean to do it. Assault on Devil's Island, I guess, did a pretty good rating.
Did a real good rating.
And they might be making it into a series.
No.
But all I can say is 2 words.
Too sweet.
Shin Tweed. Excellent. That's 3. Sorry about that. All right. January pay-per-view will be the NWO Sold Out 2. The NWO Sold Out 1 was one of the worst pay-per-views of all time. Wasn't that the one where Bischoff was sucking face with some sweat hog?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
That had
3 phones.
Guerrero
That was his mother.
6 match.
That was his mother.
The only thing
Oh,
worth
that's,
the damn.
I think that's illegal in 51.
Yeah, Van Hammer and former drug addict Paul Diamond. I feel like this show really does kind of summarize at times being a fan in the 90s, where it's like, hey, last year's Sold Out was the drizzling shits, one of the worst things ever. Well, we're gearing up to pay $60 for the next one. Like, it was either you had to watch shit wrestling or you couldn't watch anything.
States of Tenzan mentioned. Official coroner's report on Pillman still say it's natural causes, but now...
They found just like one sleeping pill or something, nothing major apparently.
And now his family also, his father died of heart disease, didn't he?
Yes.
All right, then. So, Patriot could be done. He just, we hardly knew he just got here. But I guess he's had some tricep problems. He's going to have some surgery, and his doctors have basically told him that he probably should retire from
He had left All Japan and told...
I don't think you could do this on YouTube. I think you would run into problems because you'd be like chasing... You'd have some people who wanted to like chase views and clickbait and shit like that and treat it like a business. And the reason, I think, one of the reasons this works so well is because everyone knows they're not getting rich off of this. Like, this is on a public access TV station. Like, it's costing them money to do this show. They're doing it because, like, they want to do it, which makes the content better. And there's no restrictions or anything because they're not worried about monetizing it.
The giant Baba, that he had an injury and then showed up in WWF.
So now it's kind of come back to what comes around, I guess.
Yep.
Would that be why they replaced him in the pay-per-view with a fan that they staged?
You look like Andre from Final Fight, yeah. The hair.
To jump in the ring.
No, what do you mean? Fan.
Well, they had a fan stage
that was
in
no
the ring,
fan.
and then they had a...
That was no fan, I said.
I know.
After that beating,
Some martial arts guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. In fact, he was good friends with
He was a kickboxer. No, he was friends with Vader.
No, but I think he was also, they said he trained with Pillman with some stuff with Stu Hart. Yeah, he seemed like, Vader and him did seem like they were pretty close. Vader, I always liked him. Goldust working with 3 broken bones in his hand. I guess he had a match with Neidhart. And Yokozuna, he won't be coming in. He failed his physical.
Imagine that.
Major surprise.
Who thought that?
And last but not least, there's a rumor going around Paul Roma trying to get back in WCW.
Hey, make sure you put on the docket there that Yokozuna is the new Yokozuna news.
Bob Hedlund, real quick, you mentioned something about Tony Rumble. CWA had a big show coming up.
Coming up next Saturday night, which is what? What's the date?
This coming Saturday night?
Do you think when they have a bad show, he blames it on the docket team?
Saturday.
This coming Saturday would be the 22nd.
22nd at Good Times Emporium, Somerville, and it includes a special tribute to Killer Kowalski.
Let me ask you this.
And we will have some WWF performers coming over for that card.
Will the real deal Joel Davis be on the show?
I don't know.
Why was he laughing? Okay, he just lost his vote. All right, then. Let me just mention anything else. Next show we'll be doing will be December 18th. That'll be a week before Christmas, 4 weeks from tonight. Ringside Wrestling will be doing a show in Hudson, New Hampshire, the 13th of December. And also WrestleMania 13, which of course will be at the Fleet Center the 29th of March. Tickets have already gone on sale for this show. I thought it was going to be during intermission, which it will be at the Fleet.
The big claim.
Down at Filene's at Independence Mall. Tickets have already gone on sale for that.
And big rumor today, Nitro, again, coming to the Fleet Center.
Oh, I like to hear that. And don't forget also WCW House Show, January 31st for WCW. And, of course, the WWF will be in 2 days after Thanksgiving. That's an afternoon show at the Fleet. All right. Let's go to the phone calls real quick. Good evening, I'm talking wrestling.
Hello?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Zach.
Yes, Zach.
I have a question for the master.
Bye-bye! Second call. Hello? Good evening, I'm talking wrestling.
Hello?
Yeah.
This is Tom again.
Yes, Tom.
I thought that...
Wait. Tom, you using the same name? Tom, use a different name.
This is Zach then.
Go ahead, Zach.
I thought that Dino and Coob were going to wrestle Tenzar and Fitzy. I don't know about that.
Zach, you're boring me. Bye-bye. Next call.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, how you doing, Cody?
Yeah, who's this?
I'd just like to ask you to please remove your dick out.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Let me see if I can pull it out of my sphincter. Let me pull it out of my sphincter right now. Is there any chance you might be able to cut dick from that, please? All right, 837-4384.
All right.
What?
Gargantua? I've alluded to it. Are you cut out to be a Malaysian Duke, or are you not?
Gargantua! Let me ask you this, Master. Should we clear the room?
Get out. This is his initiation.
Uh-oh. All right, folks.
Gargantua! Are you man enough? Are you man enough? Could we get this off? Get it off! Gargantua, I want to see what you're made of! Come on!
Oh my gosh, breaking down here. Oh my god! Wow! I gotta see that again.
I want to see what you're made of! Come on!
Here we go. Boom! Wow!
I am Gargantua!
I snap attack, front to back, in this thing called rap. Nigga like a double rhyme, double on a heavenly level. Turn up the double, radical mind, day and night all the time. 714, live, divine, maniac, radiac, winning the game. I'm the lyrical Jesse James.
This is incredible.
Quality, I possess, some say I'm fresh. When my voice goes through the mesh of the microphone that I am holding. Tell me what the lyrics of the can't be stolen if they all snap. Don't need the police to try to save them, your voice will see.
No
so
way. No way.
Oh,
no way.
Or I will attack, and you don't want that.
He's gonna get the big man up. Oh, wow. Wow.
Malaysian Dukes! 4!
The Malaysian Dukes.
Ever!
Forever.
Gargantua! Good. He's good. Very good. Next week, next month, whatever, you're gonna see the Malaysian madman, a psychopath. You guys don't want a piece of him, and you don't want a piece of me. Because when you're a Malaysian Duke, you're a Malaysian Duke. Forever.
Holy shit, man.
Malaysian Dukes. Cool.
What in the fuck is going on here?
You always ask what it's all about. Don't listen to my replies. You say to me I don't talk enough, but when I do I'm a fool. These times I spent I've realized to shoot through and leave you. The things you say, your past
Wow.
you say, you're unbelievable.
What a finale. Oh my gosh, wow. I'll just say this: every aspect of that video was fantastic, but it got just progressively better and better until that just like surreal finish. Oh my gosh! Wow, I'm in tears over it. It was very moving. Well, thank you for hanging out with me today. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm thinking, what do you think tomorrow about watching old school courtroom reality shows? I've got a few I think we can watch, and then I have one that's kind of offbeat, but I think you guys will like it, that ties into the whole like televised court case scenario. 17 out of 5 stars. The Master was like, he's the king. Wow, from Geraldo to this, I'm really shook. All right, well, I'm going to go. I feel like I have a better connection now. I can see things more from, I can understand Ben and Grace's religious views now a little bit better. So I feel like I connected better with my favorite streamers. Yeah, definitely Judge Wapner. There's surprisingly few, like the New People's Court has its own official page. So like if you try to do those, it'll like auto flag them. But I think we can get away with some of the older courtroom shows. All right, I'm going to go.